Y'all ready for this? Hey everybody, how's it going? It's Jessie from Jessie Marie Does Stuff here on FlossTube, and I am coming to you with a WIP parade. Woohoo! It's WIP parade season. We are at the mid-year point, and so a lot of WIP parades are starting to hit the FlossTube land. I am not doing a mid-year WIP parade. I'm just doing I haven't done a full WIP parade since like October of 2021, and it's time. It's time. I looked at the numbers and I've had like 40 some odd new starts since my last full WIP parade, and I have finished 25 things since my last full WIP parade. So there's quite a big change. Some of those finishes came from the new starts, but whatever. It's been quite a few. It's quite a big change since my last full WIP parade. I am not one who can do an annual WIP parade. My WIP count it's just too much. It's too much for me to do an annual WIP parade. I really wanted to do one at the beginning of the year because in 2023, I worked on every single one of my projects, which I haven't been able to do in a couple of years, and it's going to be a few years before I try that again. But anyway, so at the beginning of the year would have been a great time to film my latest WIP parade, but I just couldn't get the gumption up to do it. And then I just made the decision about a week and a half ago that it was time. It was time for another full WIP parade. So my kiddo is off at her grandparents' today, so that I can get this done, because I had toyed with the idea and even started the process of filming it in pieces spread over the course of a couple of days. But I just want to get it all in one day. It's not going to be in one shot because I can't help but edit myself. But nonetheless, all in one day. Just get this done, get this taken care of. So kiddo is off and playing. So we are here. It's currently Wednesday. We will see when this gets uploaded. I'm hoping by the weekend, but we'll see. Because like I said, there's editing. And this is a behemoth. I know it is because I have more WIPs today than I have ever had in the history of my stitching career. So as of today, I have 97 works in progress. And I posted about my 97th project this past weekend, and Alicia of Resist Stitch over on Instagram said, well, just go for 100. It makes for a hell of a WIP parade. And I was tempted. I'm not going to lie. I was tempted to get those last 3 starts in to hit 100. But I kind of find that when I go on a tear of new starts, that peters out and just totally falls flat. And that is the case. I don't want to make any more new starts right now. There are plenty of things that I want to stitch, but I am not in the mood for new starts right now. I'm really quite obsessed with the vast majority of my projects, but specifically a few of them. And making more new starts just means that I will get to those more and more infrequently. And so I think, I say this now, but tomorrow it may change because that's just the way my brain works. But I think that I'm going a little while without any new starts. A while is indeterminate what that time period actually is. So as of today, I have 97 works in progress. Last WIP parade in 2021, I had a new start the day after I started filming, or the day after I filmed my WIP parade last time. That's not going to be the case this time. This is about as accurate as it's going to be for a little while. Okay, as is the case with every single one of my WIP parades, because they tend to be epic. Let's do a hashtag. Hashtags are kind of broken. So if you want to pair the hashtag by tagging me on Instagram, then do so. But we always do a before and after hashtag, just because it's fun. It's fun to see what kind of progress you all get while watching this movie. And this one's going to be a doozy for real. The hashtag for this year is JMDS WIP Parade 2024. And I will put that on the screen here. It will also be in the description box of the video. You can also tag me on Instagram because, like I said, broken hashtags, they're just kind of worthless. Once they get populated, then they are kind of worth something, but you still tend to miss some using the hashtags, which is really quite annoying. But anyway, so tag me if you would like for me to see your progress. On Instagram, I am at Jessie Does Stuff. I tossed out the Marie on my Instagram handle just to shorten it a little bit. So at Jessie Does Stuff on Instagram if you want to tag me with your progress. I always get a kick out of seeing what you guys get accomplished during my WIP parades. So feel free to share. Okay, not a whole lot of preamble-y stuff here. We are doing this in the same order that I did last time. We are going to go chronologically, but I pulled the full coverage and we're going to do the full coverage first. The reason that I'm doing that in this order is because this is how they were arranged on my Calyx. I have an IKEA Calyx with all of my WIPs lined up so beautifully in my stitchy spot, so I can gaze upon them and wish that I was working on all of them. And so they are full coverage first and then chronologically by start date. So that's the order we're going to do things in. My past WIP parades, I have done different ways of things, but we're going to go in chronological order. Just because it makes sense with the shifting, because 97. I have them sectioned off in groups of 4, but we're just gonna jump right in. We're just gonna get to this. I am so geeked, and I will probably mention the bags that these projects are in, where available. All of my project bag makers will be linked in the description box of the video. Okay, let's get to it. I am so excited. And so we are starting with full coverage. Okay. My oldest full coverage piece lives in this project bag. This is a project bag by Stitch and Button. You're going to see Stitch and Button an awful lot. And maybe in the editing process, I will count up the total number of Stitch and Button bags I have going right now. But anyway, so in here lives my Personal Sunshine. Personal Sunshine is by Heaven and Earth Designs. The artist is Jeremiah Kettner. Jeremiah Kettner is no longer with Heaven and Earth Designs. You can find Kettner work with Thread Geeks, and now Charting Creations also has Jeremiah Kettner works. So I am so excited to see what pieces they get of Kettner's. I am thrilled that Kettner is with somebody again. Anyway, so this, like I said, is my oldest full coverage piece, and this is my focus for this year. So with these full coverage pieces, I'm going to tell you about the ones that are focuses in the years to come, but this is my focus on a finish for this year. And this WIP parade is going to double as a bit of a WIP update because I have worked on this since my last WIP update. So this is a really little project. It's 106,000 stitches total, and it's a full size, but it's an older Heaven and Earth design before they got real gargantuan. And so recently I finished pages 5 and 6 here. Page 6 was only 12 stitches wide, so I just stitched them both together, and then I got going on the sun here. This year I have done 33,639 stitches in this project, and I have 32,343 to go. So I am a little bit over the halfway point on my total goal for the year. So, which tracks. I mean, it's the end of June, so it tracks that I would be at that point. I am currently at 69.49% complete, and I started this in January of 2016. I'm probably not going to tell you the start dates for everything, but just to give you an idea, this one is my oldest, and she's 8 years old. But she will not see her 9th birthday as a WIP. Yeah, this one I'm going to get done. For those who are perhaps joining my channel because it's a WIP parade, I have broken up what I had remaining in this project by 12, and I am stitching that goal each month. So that is 5,500 stitches every month. And it usually maths out to be a little bit more than that. Yeah, this will be done in December. So very exciting. Second oldest WIP, oldest full coverage, is living in this project bag. This is by the Brass Button. Super pretty. And this is April by Anna Dittman. I started this in April of 2016. I should mention that the vast majority of my full coverage pieces are on 25 count. Lugana, yes, Lugana. 1/1 full cross with the called for DMC. More often than not, I have subbed the black for Anchor 403 or Anchor Black, just because it's a little bit fuzzier and sometimes I get a little bit better coverage with it. Its mileage may vary and it depends on the skein, and it's not like a foolproof, super duper good full coverage, but in my opinion, it's occasionally better than DMC 310. Anyway, so except for there's one here that I have that's not 25 count 1/1. I will mention that obviously when we get there, but I will probably not say the fabric situation again for full coverage. So April by Anna Dittman. It's been a while since I've been able to work on this, and it will still come up for WIP Go, so I am going to get a page finish on it at some point this year, but it hasn't come up quite yet. I am thrilled to get to work on it again, but we'll see when that is. So this is going to be a focus in 2027. I hope to finish this by the end of 2027. I've sort of mapped it out. Next year it's gonna get more stitches than it's projected to this year. And then in 2026, it's gonna get significant progress to make the finish in 2027 certainly possible. This design is not huge. I think it's 150,000, give or take. But nonetheless. So I'm currently at 19.68%, and I will be excited to hit that 20% mark at some point this year. So that is April by Anna Dittman. I love this piece. I cannot wait to get into these blues. This one is very kind of ombre. We've got the lighter shades up here, and then it gets progressively into the deeper turquoises, and I'm geeked to get into that. So yeah. Looking forward to working on this again. I will work on this page. You may be able to see here, this is just the peak of an eyebrow. This is forehead. This is a bit of hair that's kind of there in front of her face. So that is April. Okay, up next is Alice in a Dolly Dream, living in this project bag, also by the Brass Button. I love Jen's bags for full coverage. I don't necessarily need the big bags anymore, but I like them. I like them a lot for the full coverage pieces, especially these gigantic ones. This one does not have a scheduled focus on a finish year yet, so we'll see. At the earliest, it'll be 2030. Which is really hard to say out loud, but so here's another one. Make sure I'm showing this to you correctly. Yep, there we go. This is another one that hasn't come up yet for WIP Go, but it will, and it will get its page finished this year. I got page 1 finished last year. This was started in May of 2017. And last year I just got my first page finished, but that's okay. This was my first project on the Easy Grid fabric. And so yeah, so that is Alice in a Dolly Dream. Okay, up next, different bag maker, but another favorite for full coverage. This project bag is by Jasmine's Custom Bags on Instagram. If you go to Jen's Instagram and you hit the notification bell, then that will let you know when she posts things, because they go quick. They go really quick. And I think this one's adorable. Living in this project bag is my Avarice. I love my Avarice. Avarice is a design by Marta Dalig on Heaven and Earth Designs website. So HAED has recently retired a whole bunch of artists, and so in the bottom of the screen here, I'm gonna comment on the ones that have been retired. I don't have that information right here on my info sheet, so we will I'll do that in editing. I'll put that down here if they've been retired. This is from Marta Dalig's 7 Deadly Sins series. Back when my husband and I were just dating, he for one of our dating anniversaries, he found my wish list on the Heaven and Earth Designs website and bought a chart, printed it out, went to Michael's and bought all of the threads for me for our anniversary, which was really quite a surprise. Just that he knew to do all of that. So that was really special. So I started it for our 1-year wedding anniversary on June 4th of 2017. I had made grand statements about how much I was going to get done each year, and that's not coming to pass. That is not actually happening, but that's all right. This is going to be a focus in the year 2028. I had originally talked about trying to get it done for our 10-year wedding anniversary, but it's too much of an ask given how much I have left on this piece. So earlier this year, I got page 2 finished, and I am obsessed with the way these diamonds are coming out. I mean, at the rate that I'm going, I think I can get it done by our diamond anniversary. Which is 60, right? I think I could get it done by then. Or maybe gold. I could get it done by gold. Maybe. Yeah, this one is taking me a long time. It's very rarely any kind of a focus. But I am nonetheless, like I said, I'm obsessed with the way that those diamonds are coming out. And it's confetti as I'll get out, but it's still a lot of fun. So this one, like I said, is a focus for 2028. I'm currently at 10.23% complete. This design I am cropping, and so the preview that you saw was the cropped version. I just felt that the dress sort of overtakes the image. You can't see her too well. I didn't really want the sign of Avarice at the bottom because I doubt I'm going to stitch all 7 of these. And so I didn't think that a sign like greed was really the message that I wanted from this one. So anyway, so I did crop it a little bit just to bring her further into focus. You can see her a little bit better by not so much gold dress, but I still get quite a bit of gold dress. So that is Avarice. I've done 6,546 stitches on this year. This project is done for the year because the goal was just the page finish. So this one is done for this year, more than likely. Okay, up next is Snow Castle. Snow Castle I just finished up working on last night. And this one is the one that I am the closest to a finish after Personal Sunshine, of course. So this is a piece that I started in December of 2017. I worked on it a ton in 2018. And not much at all the last couple of years. So here's where I'm at currently. I have the first 2 rows of pages done. And I am working on page 7. This is a project that came up for me for Full Coverage WIP Go here in June. And with travel and with illness, I had to severely drop my goals for the month. And so this one I was going to put in 2,000 stitches. I was going to try to aim for just 2,000 of my 3,000 stitch goal. But I really wasn't having a great time working on it. And that kind of sets off a few alarm bells for me. I have big full coverage goals for this year. So we'll see how that pans out. Hopefully it doesn't create some problems here coming up. So that's where we are at with the full coverage. I did 470 stitches so far this year. I will work on this again in July. This is going to come with me to Stitch New Jersey because Deborah's going to bring hers and I'm going to drool and be envious and want to work on mine. So this is going to come with me to Stitch New Jersey. Whether I actually work on it at retreat remains to be seen. But nonetheless, so 470 stitches. I am currently at 32.43% complete. I have roughly 85,000 stitches left to go in this project. This one's not very big. And so next year I'm going to be doing a lot of setup work for this to be a focus on a finish in 2026. Next year I'm hoping for, I think, 35,000 stitches to set up for a fairly easy finish in 2026. So that is the plan there. I cannot wait to get further into the castle. The sky goes fairly quickly, but it's awful boring. And you can kind of see dragon face there in the smoke. They're not super crystal clear, the dragon faces. There's one here as well. Those are kind of like the highlights of his nose. And then there's his ear back there. So they're not super crystal clear because this is not a super detailed, super big Heaven and Earth Designs chart, but nonetheless. So there is Snow Castle. Okay, up next is my other full coverage WIPCO piece for the month of June. I decided that this one is going to have to hold off. I'm going to work on it either in July or it may be even a holdover into August. We'll just kind of have to wait and see how it all shakes out. We did the WIPCOs yesterday. They posted yesterday morning, and my full coverage WIPCO goals for July is pretty extensive considering I have travel next month too. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. This lives in a brass button project bag. I love this bag. So good. This is Ravenkin by Selena Fennick, and I do know that Selena Fennick is one of the retired artists. So this is a piece that I have already worked on this year to get the half page point, and now I have the remainder of the page to do. Forgive my parked threads. It's the madness to my method, and I know I say that wrong, but I say it wrong on purpose because it really is the madness to my method. So yeah, so I'm at the halfway point on page 2 here, and this is another one that stitches up real quick. The coverage on camera never looks as good as it does in real life because of the lighting and the closeness situation. I'm not stressed about it. So yeah, so that is where I'm at with Ravenkin. I have done 3,240 stitches on this so far this year, with another 3,000 or so to go, maybe 3,100. This does not have a projected focus on a finish year yet. We're just going to have to wait and see how the next few years shake out. I kind of have a 5-year plan. It's really where we're at. And this does not fit the 5-year plan just yet. So that is Ravenkin. Okay, up next, living in this project bag. This is by Pam's Needle and Thread on Etsy. I will be sure to link them in the description box along with everybody else that I can. And in here lives my quick stitch day and night. The artist here is Nadia Strelkina. And this is one of my favorite full coverage pieces just for the imagery in it and the colors. I'm really enjoying the colors so far. So this one, I met my goal in May. So this one is done for the year, which is sad, but I nonetheless have 2 pages in on Quick Stitch day and night, so that's pretty cool. I've talked about this previously. Quick Stitch in Heaven and Earth Designs terminology doesn't necessarily mean quick. It means crop. And so this is over 200,000 stitches as a quote-unquote quick stitch. It's just half of the original design. It's the original design features a day section on top and the night section on the bottom. So there's that. So on this one, I have done 3,240 stitches this year. I am at 5.53% complete. I cannot wait to get back to this one next year. Just gotta wait another 6 months. This one is easily one of my favorites. I really enjoy this one. And I'm really excited to get down here to work on this first page of the second row because I'm gonna get to stitch a moth. And I'm excited about that. Okay, up next is my only deviation on the count of fabric. This is not your traditional full coverage piece in the sense of like a, well, anyway, this is Sweater Weather by Carolyn Manning Designs. It's not like your Heaven and Earth Design or Artisy or anything like that. But this is one of Carolyn Manning's Shooting Star collection designs. It is full coverage. It's just different. So this is on a 32 count Belfast linen in cream from Zweigart. I'm stitching this 2/2 with the called for DMC. And I got page 1 finished here in May. I had page finished May, and so this is one of the ones that I was able to pull out and work on for that. I love this piece, and I love so many of the Carolyn Manning designs. I want to stitch so many of them. I can't help it, just the way that she plays with color. It's just fun. So Sweater Weather here is currently at 17.59% complete. I've done 1,200 stitches so far this year. My goal on all of my full coverage pieces is 4,000 stitches, so I have another 2,800 to go or so. And this is going to be my focus on a finish for 2025. So I'm going to finish this next year. Once I get those other 2,800 stitches in, then breaking up the remainder shouldn't be too bad. Getting this one finished next year shouldn't require too much. So there we go. Ugh, love Sweater Weather. This is really one of my favorites. I'm a big fan of this one. I like how zen and meditative these designs are, and I'm looking forward to spending some regular time on that next year. Very cool. Okay, I gotta make sure we're not there yet. All right, up next is Magic Study, which lives in this project bag. This was made for me by Dawn Marie of DM's Crafty Vortex. And in here lives Magic Study. This is by Rose Cat Khan, or Rose Khan. Rose Khan, I know, is with Charting Creations. I also know that they are retired from Heaven and Earth Designs. Magic Study here was a limited edition release from Heaven and Earth Designs back in 2020. And me and a few girlfriends started it together. What else is there to say about it? It's been retired for a long time. There used to be a rainbow version on HAED's website, but obviously since HAED doesn't have Rose anymore, I don't know what the status of that is. But nonetheless, this I have on the Q-snap, and I'm not going to take it off the Q-snap. It's really just more of this background. I am in the midst of page 2 here. This design is so wide that it doesn't fit on my Millennium frame. I do have bars that are long enough, but those bars don't fit in my stitchy spot. So this one doesn't work on a frame that fits in my stitchy spot. So I work on this one on a Q-snap, and I just leave it on the Q-snap until the next time I work on it. So this is page 2 here. And you can see the dragon coming together. There's a big crystal chandelier hanging here that we've gotten started on. I struggle with this one because I'm not obsessed with the colors. It gets muted. I walked into this thinking it was going to be very obviously Lisa Frank, and it's like Lisa Frank on a sad day. It's muted, it's dusty, it's softer. It's not bad. It's just the expectation versus reality is there's some miscommunication there. Anyway, I still am going to keep going with it. I still enjoy all of the imagery, the dragons, it's one of those search and find pictures where you can find something new every time you look at it. So I'm going to keep going with it for a very long time. This design is huge. It's over 400,000 total stitches. With a page and a half, I am at 2.92% complete. So yeah, this one's going to take a long time. No projected finish date or anything like that. I'm just going to work on it, hopefully a little bit each year, just to keep it moving forward. I did see there is a Magic Study Sal Facebook group, and somebody did recently finish this. And so that gave me some motivation for sure. So that is Magic Study. Unfortunately, the FlossTube itchy nose has set in, so there will be breaks to handle that, and my nose is probably going to get pink. Anyway, okay, after Magic Study 2020, I started a lot of full coverage designs. I find that my frenzy of new starts is very cyclical, and also kind of coincides with high stress, high anxiety periods of my life. So 2016 was certainly a high level stress year for me. The same was true in 2020, and the same seems to be ringing true here in 2024. I don't know if it's election related, but it sure sounds election related. Anyway, okay, so in 2020, I also started Dark Waters. Oh, I love this piece. And I know that y'all love this piece as well. This is one that I'm real sad is done for the year, but it is. I reached my page finish goal back in, I think April is when I finished up page 2 here. Dark Waters is by Jessica Elaine. I think this one is still available. I do know somebody who recently finished this one as well, so that's very cool. So mine is cropped, just very slightly. I had to take off roughly 65 stitches off the width to fit the piece of fabric that I had. She is super duper tall, and so I had a piece that would fit her height, but not width. So I trimmed off just a very little bit. You won't miss it really by the end of it. So yeah, that's where I'm at. 2 pages done. Let's see. This is also a large design. I'm at 3.89% complete. I did 5700, 706. 57,706? What on earth is that? 5,776 stitches. Apologies, y'all. This year. Just shy of 6,000 this year. Let's keep it simple, Jess. We got a long way to go to be already stumbling that hard. So there is Dark Waters. I love this piece, and I also look forward to working on this again next year. Yeah. Okay, up next. So I had no full coverage starts in 2021, and then my first full coverage start in 2022 wasn't until October. So that lives in this adorable project bag. This is by Be Busy Bags on Etsy. And I thought this was pretty fantastic for my other Jeremiah Kettner piece. So in here lives Little Wings by Jeremiah Kettner. Like I said, Kettner is no longer with HAED. But maybe this one will be available in the days, weeks, months, years to come from somebody else. And I started this piece for my daughter, and I don't even have a page finished yet. We're nearing its second birthday and I don't have the first page done yet. But nonetheless, this one is a lot of fun. I love these colors. I love how different it is from the majority of my pieces. The majority of my full coverage pieces are dark blues, dark purples, a lot of black, and this one has got all of those colors in it, but the background is all hot pinks, and yeah, I like it. And I love the imagery, and my daughter loves the imagery, and she gets really excited when I work on this. This came up for me for WIP Go, full coverage WIP Go for me in July. And so I'm going to be working on this in July. And I am geeked about it. Yeah, it's going to be good. I'm going to get this page finished. I have about 3,800 stitches left to do, but the page will be done in July. Okay, up next is my second largest work in progress, and it is a quick stitch. So this just kind of reiterates, it's just a crop. So this is Quick Stitch Once Upon a Fairy Tale 2, also affectionately referred to as Once Upon an Understatement. So this is a piece that I started in November of 2022, and I finally got the page finished, the first page finished in May of this year. And I love it. I really, really love this one. I know it doesn't look like it because I have one page done in coming up on 2 years, but nonetheless, I do love it. It is Amy Stewart, and it is my first Amy Stewart, and it is not my last Amy Stewart. I am a huge fan of the depth of color, the amount of color, the imagery. I love this. I really do. So this is where I'm up to with Quick Stitch Once Upon a Fairy Tale 2. It also has the longest title for being a quick stitch. I am at 1.73% complete and I have put in 4,940 stitches this year to get that page finished. Here's another one that I cannot wait to work on again next year. So I have already kind of worked out how full coverage is going to work next year. It's not going to be near the focus that it has been this year. But all of my pieces are going to get at least a little bit of love next year. And so I will work on them at some point next year. It's just a matter of how much. It's not going to be as significant as it was this year. And we can talk about why when we get into all of that. Okay, up next is Sweet Summertime. The first of my non-HAED full coverage pieces. And that lives in this beautiful project bag. This is by Pepper Pot Shop. And I really, really love this one. Okay, and dig in here. Mary Poppins bag. I started this piece in April of 2023, so we're into 2023 now. This was a piece that I started in advance of Virginia Tech Remembrance Day because I needed something pretty to work on while I was having big sad feelings. And this is a piece that I am going to love working on for a lot of years to come. Yeah, a lot of years to come. Because this piece is rather large. It's like 250,000 stitches. This is by Contemporary Cross, by the way, and the artist is Andrea Lavery. I don't think I said that at the jump. And yeah, I am thrilled for when this comes up for full coverage WIP Go. I have worked on this a little bit this year. I put in 600 stitches in April. Not a whole lot, but a little bit of love given to one of my favorites. I'm currently at 1.30% complete on this piece, and it will still come up for WIP Go for that page finish. Contemporary Cross pages are not quite as big as HAED, but they're pretty close. I think I have 3,000 stitches left on this page, so not too bad. So that is my progress on Sweet Summertime. Another non-HAED full coverage living in this project bag. I wanted WIP to pull this piece so bad for June, July. So far, no good. This is Summer Montage by the charting company is Pain Free Crafts. The artist is Janet Stever. You will see these in a lot of places on FlossTube. Obviously, there's a whole seasonal series. So far, I have only started this one, and tentatively, that's the plan. I'm going to stick with this one for a little while. So that is what this will look like finished. This I am stitching on 25 count vintage country mocha from Zweigart. So it's not one of the pre-grids or the plain linens or the plain Luganas. I just thought that I would try something on vintage country mocha, and I love it. Pain Free Crafts pages are so cute. They are tiny, 3,500 stitches total, less than half of a full HAED page. So yeah, super adorable and tiny. And so this has not come up for full coverage WIP yet, but when it does, I'll get the page finished. However, I think I have made the decision, since WIP is not cooperating for me, and as the WIP runner, you would think that I might have some pull, but I don't. I don't have any pull. So since WIP is not cooperating, I think I'm going to work on this for Full Coverage Fanatics has an event every year to coincide with the Tour de France, in which you stitch the number of stitches equivalent to the number of kilometers that the bikers go each day. And so I think I might put this on a Q-snap and make this my Tour de France piece, and like really work on it every day for the tour. And I'll go for the max, whatever it is, because I stitch full cross, and I can it's like max like 200 some odd stitches or something like that. So I think I'm gonna do that. You've heard it here first. I made the decision on the fly here because I really want to work on this during summertime. I mean, I watched Carolyn of Seazook Stitch and Brenda Handwork Maniac and Sarah Stitchin' Mommy working on their Janet Stever pieces in the relevant season, and I want to do that too. I want to wear camel pants and flip-flops, so I'm going to I think I'm going to try to work on this for Tour de France. That I have not worked on yet this year. I am at 2.57% complete. And okay, up next is a piece that is humongous. So the montages are not humongous. This next piece is my largest WIP to date. And it's not even a super size. But that lives in this project bag by the Brass Button. I did a little bit of bag shuffling, and so I moved my Haunted House by Donna Gelsinger to this bag. And this piece is just so big. It's like 560,000 stitches or something bananas like that. And I'm gonna love it for my whole life. Okay, so here is where we were at. This is a project that I started on October 13th of last year. Last year we had a Friday the 13th in October. And to mark the occasion, I was sure to have a new start, a special new start for that. So this is my Haunted House. I love this piece. I love getting to work on it. Every time it comes up, I'm geeked. This came up for WIP in the month of May, and it will come up again for that page finish. I have hit the bottom of the page here, so just this little corner left to do. It's like 2,300 stitches left, I think. And I'm geeked. I am so geeked to work on this again. Projected for a finish in the year 2250. at the rate we're going here. 1.10% complete, 3,280 stitches so far this year. Yeah. So I timed out this WIP parade perfectly. I'm gonna toot my own horn and pat myself on the back, what have you, because I am currently working on Secret Stitch. And since I'm not telling you anything about Secret Stitch, and I'm obviously not showing it here on FlossTube, the timing is just rather perfect in my opinion. I can tell you that Secret Stitch, I have put in 7,400 stitches so far this year, and this will be a focus for the year 2029. I am working on it a little bit every month. This is so this year I am doing something that I'm calling small monthly goals or focus pieces, but I call them small monthly goals. And so every month I try to hit at least 1,000 stitches on Secret Stitch. And I'm going to continue that for years to come, and set it up for the finish in 2029. So, but nothing to show there. Up next is this project that I cannot wait to get back to either. Living in this project bag. I believe this is also Pepper Pot Shop. I think so. I'm pretty sure this is Pepper Pot Shop. And I love this bag. So pretty. And in here lives my Over the River. Over the River is by Bonnie White. The charting company is Charting Creations. In 2023, I tried to start, if I was starting full coverage, it was by unfamiliar to me designers. And for the Heaven and Earth Designs pieces, those were by unfamiliar artists or artists I hadn't stitched from before. But so I tried to branch out a little bit and try some other charting companies. And so this was my first start from a Charting Creations piece, and this was, of course, heavily enabled by my friend Beth Ann. I got a sad little start, and I haven't worked on it since. But here we are in the top left corner with a whole bunch of 3750, it looks like. 1,300 stitches, just a real simple start there. But nonetheless, I am looking forward to working on this again. This will come out again. I have this only listed once on my full coverage WIP Go board, so whenever this comes out, it's going to be a big ask to get the page finished. Charting Creations pages aren't quite as big as HAED, but they're close. They're pretty close. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. I ran out of spaces on my WIP Go board before I ran out of projects. So it's going to be like 4,500 stitches, I think, to get that page finished. Maybe even 5,500. It's a lot. So we'll see. See how that goes. Okay, my last full coverage piece I started this year. Lunar New Year was in February, and we entered the Year of the Dragon. I am also of the Year of the Dragon. Yeah. So, living in this project bag, which you can probably guess the reference. It's Fourth Wing, in case you were unfamiliar. This is also a Jasmine's custom bag. This is Cherry Blossom Breezes by Heaven and Earth Designs. The artist is Carla Morrow. I don't know if this one is still available. A lot of dragon designers were retired off of HAED, so that's why I don't know. But nonetheless, you'll be seeing a preview. And this is not a huge design. I think it's 160,000, maybe more than that. But I love it. I love it so much. I have a few pieces that are of this sort of bright and happy color palette, and it's such a break from the darker that it just brings me a little joy. I mean, I love the darker imagery. We know it, but it is nice to balance it out a little bit. And this piece I am so excited to get to work on again. I did put this on my full coverage WIP Go board, And so when it comes up, I'm just going to stitch enough to hit my 4,000 minimum. I'm not going to get this page finished this year. That's all right. I'm not worried about it. So that is the last of my full coverage pieces. I haven't told you relevant information. Over the River, I am at 0.71% complete. Cherry Blossom Breezes, I have done 1,600 stitches, so 2,400 left for my goal, and I am at 1.03% complete on that one. So very exciting to get back to that one. Looking forward to it. All of these, I love my full coverage pieces. I am a full coverage stitcher. Sometimes that waxes and wanes, but nonetheless. So that's it for the full coverage. So let's get into our last little section here for this first quarter. Looking at the clock. Uh-oh. But nonetheless, okay. Okay, so now we're going to start going in chronological order of my non-full coverage pieces. And my oldest WIP from January 1st of 2016. Okay, so that lives in this project bag. This is a Mama Lee bag. Emily C. of Eclectic Possessions made and sold bags for a little while there. And so this is one of them. I love this project bag. Yeah, that's a good one. And in here lives my Autumn Fairy by Chatelaine. I am inspired to work on my Chatelaines right now. There's a Chatelaine retreat coming up next year that I'm going to throw my hat in for, and hopefully I get a spot. Because Chatelaine stitching, as many of you know, has a piece of my heart. So this is Autumn Fairy. This is not a traditional mandala style that you typically expect from Chatelaine, but this is the first Chatelaine that I ever saw. Not in person, but in social media. This is on a 32 count Belfast linen in Mellow by Picture This Plus. And I have the full kit for this one. This is not a terribly expensive kit. It's a couple of Glorianas, the beads, and metallics. This is not a super pricey chatelaine design. So yeah, so this is where I'm up to. I don't have the fairy quite finished yet. Still some details to do there. I still have another set of grape medallions to do. You can see those tiny over one grapes. See that there? So fun. They take some work. There's specialty stitches and over one, and sometimes you have to interpret what Martina meant versus what she put on the chart. Yeah, but they are so rewarding and so beautiful. And I think that my plan for next year, I am hoping to only have 4 pieces left from starts from 2016. I have 5 2016 pieces to show you here outside of full coverage. So 4 non-full coverage 2016 pieces, and I'm hoping to give each of them a quarter of the year to focus on. Conveniently enough, they are pseudo-seasonal, and so I will be working on them in their relevant seasons. So this is Autumn Fairy, so from autumn equinox to winter solstice, I will try to put some effort, some regular effort into this. I have thought about making this my break it up into 12 for next year, because I would really like to finish it, but we'll kind of cross that bridge when we get there. It's going to get some significant progress next year. Okay, up next, this is what I'm calling my spring piece. It's not necessarily spring, but it just works out that this is my spring piece. This is a brass button project bag. It's Beauty and the Beast. Lovely. And in here lives my Beauty and the Beast. This is by Donna Stitch. And so this is what this will look like finished. Ariel has a lot of stories recreated in this style. and I have a few of them on my radar. And they are big block stitching, but pretty colors and good stuff. This is on 32 count cream Belfast linen from Zweigart, stitching 2/2. For the most part, unless I mention it, 32 count 2/2, 28 count 2/2, 40 count 1/2, 46 count. I think I have one or two of those 1/2. And then I have a couple of 1/1 pieces, but I'll mention those as we get there. So this is my progress thus far on Beauty and the Beast. This is 40.54% of the design, and I will work on this next spring and see if I can get some good progress on it. I would still like to work on all of these 2016 pieces at least to the 1500 stitch goal this year, but if I don't, they are on the docket to be focused on next year. I don't know how many of them I will get finished, if any of them, but they will get significant progress. That's the hope, that's the plan. So love this one. Oh, it's so pretty. If you are inspired to stitch a donut stitch design, invest in a cone of 3808. Ariel likes that color. All right, up next is my oldest fancy lady. And that lives in this stunner of a project bag by, this is Jasmine's Custom Bags again. And, you know, Alice in Wonderland, very inspired. And in here lives my Queen Mermaid. Queen Mermaid is by Mirabilia. This is an out-of-print design. These were among the reprints in 2018. This one I have here, I believe, yeah, this is an original. I don't know if there were any changes. I know that Lady of the Flag had some changes between the original version and the 2018 version. I don't know if this one is the same, but nonetheless, that is Queen Mermaid. And I am stitching this on 32 count Belfast linen in As You Wish, Princess Bride reference, by Under the Sea Fabrics. And I have a good chunk of tail done. When I last worked on this, I was working on the fin. So I have a pretty decent amount of this going. I wouldn't say anything is done here, but going. I do still need to work up to the top. This was back when I used to start in the middle, no matter what, and then I would work my way up, and I am chastising myself for doing that. But nonetheless, I will do that eventually. So that is where I'm up to with Queen Mermaid. And Queen Mermaid is going to get its time in summer of 2025. Okay, and then my winter piece is living in this project bag by Stitch and Button. This is a Josephine Wall print that was obviously printed on fabric. And in here lives Snow Queen by Mirabilia. And oh, love her. Love her. And I really love my fabric for this one. Occasionally I get it right with my fabric choices, and this is one of those cases. This is on a 28 count opalescent cashel linen in the colorway Darkness Falls by Under the Sea Fabrics. This is a two-tone painted fabric, and I finally have a significant start. In so many of my WIP parades, this has been just the saddest of a start. For one of my favorite Mirabilias, maybe ever, this has had the saddest, just inaction. Just not a lot of progress until last year. Last year I got some significant progress on this one. So yeah, so that is my Snow Queen. I still have miles and miles to go. This one likely won't be finished in the 2 winter sessions next year, but that's okay, I guess. I will keep working on it. We have the reindeer rump here, and yeah. What can I say? I love this piece. I love my fabric choice. I even enjoy my white stitches. Who knew? So that is Snow Queen. And then my last 2016 piece that I have to show you. This is something that I'm hoping to be able to finish this year. And that lives in this project bag, also by Stitch and Button. As I said, there's going to be a lot of that. And in here lives August by the Cricut Collection. In 2015, 2016, I was doing an awful lot of these Cricut Collection monthlies, and I am nowhere near finished with this series, but nonetheless, I would like to get August finished this year. This is on my non-full coverage WIP go board, yet to be called, so I'm looking forward to it. I may work on this in August regardless of when it comes up for non-full coverage WIP go, and try to get this moving along. This is on, do I have my, no, I don't. Maybe it's on here. This is on a 32 count Belfast linen in, Pearl Gray by Zweigart. And the finish is not terribly far off. I mean, these Cricut Collection monthlies are deceptive. They look an awful lot simpler than they actually are. But to have 4.5 letters in some semblance of completion of 6 letters, yeah, this could be a finish fairly easily. We'll call it that, fairly easily. So I can be confident in saying that I will have 4 non-full coverage pieces going into next year. So that is where I'm up to. This is stitched in DMC, and this one in particular, the letters are called for a silk. I am using the called for silk. It is Thread Gatherer Silken Colors in the colorway Slate Blue. But all the rest is DMC on this one. Some of the monthlies don't call for any silk. Some of them call for a couple of silks. Some of them call for metallics. Some of them call for buttons. Some are, just straight up DMC. It's kind of all over the map. But this one does have the one silk. No buttons on this one, I think. Nope, I'm wrong. But I don't have the buttons, so that could be interesting. So that is August. And that concludes segment 1. So I'm going to reset for segment 2. See you back here in 2.3 milliseconds your time. Okay, section 2. Let's get into it. First up, so we are now into 2017. So these are the pieces that I started in 2017. This is a bag by Vintage Owl Lady. Susan posts the bags that she's working on each day on her Instagram, and then they go up in her Etsy shop later that day once she finishes the bags. And so it's usually no more than 1 or 2 a day, and they tend to go quick. So another one to hit your notification bell on Instagram. But nonetheless, a Vintage Owl Lady bag. And in here lives my Earth Goddess. Earth Goddess is by Joan Elliott. And I adore this piece. I'm using one of my oldest needle minders that I have in my possession. But nonetheless, I love Earth Goddess. This is a piece that I started in 2017, like I said, and then didn't work on again really until last year. And last year I got some good progress on it. This is on a 32 count Belfast linen in Dried Thistle by Hand Dyed Fabrics by Stephanie. And here is where I am with her. Another case of I started in the middle and worked my way down first. So I'm gonna have to work my way to the top. The good news is with this halo, I can work the halo around, and that can be my way of making my way to the top. That's a pretty easy anchoring point. So this is where I'm up to with Earth Goddess. I love this piece. I really enjoy working on those skirts. I really enjoy Joan Elliott's style. Yeah, it's good. It's really, really good. And these sweet little mushroom. Oh, yeah, I'm geeked. I love this. I want to get back to this. Here we go. And it begins. I want to work on this again. Yep. Love this one. So that will have to be worked on at some point. Up next, living in, this is in just a generic, I don't have a fancy project bag for this one just yet, but this comes from the book Fairy Enchantment by Joan Elliott, and I am working on this one. The title is Once Upon a Time. I started this for Mania in 2017, and again, another piece that got very insignificant love for a long time, and then last year I managed to do quite a bit. This is 32 count Belfast linen in Iris by Hand Dyed Fabrics by Stephanie, and I really like this fabric choice. So this is where I am with Once Upon a Time. So I have the basis for the wing here. The castle is mostly done. Still a little bit of detailing to add into the castle, and obviously the copious amounts of backstitch yet to do. But nonetheless, I love this. Yep, I want to get back to this one too. I'm not going to say that the next 70 some odd times. It's not going to happen. I might feel it, but I won't say it. Okay, up next is a piece that I do get to work on pretty regularly. This is another of my small monthly goals. So I work on this for a very little bit every month. The small monthly goal is 300 stitches. It will likely be a small monthly goal next year, and I'm going to bump that up to at least 500 next year. But living in this project bag by Stitch and Button. For this one, this is Summer Sampler. This is by the Cooler Design Studio. I do have a cover here. The artist, the designer is Sandy Orton for Cooler Design Studio. You can get this on the Cooler Design Studio website. And this one is Pattern Keeper friendly. We'll call it that, because these designs lean very heavily on backstitch and quarter stitches. And so those things are not super Pattern Keeper compatible. You can make it work. I am making it work. I'm using my PDF for the backstitch, and I am managing with the quarter stitches just fine. So you can absolutely make it work, but just know that going into it, that the quarter stitch situation kind of makes things interesting. Backstitch is always a thing, but quarter stitches on this one is interesting. Anyway, I love this piece. I know that y'all love this piece. This is arguably my most popular project. Whenever I post it on Instagram, it usually gets a lot of love. And whenever I put it on the frame, I really want to have a stern talking to with past me who decided to call this one 300 stitches a month. I don't know what she was thinking. It means that I'm only going to get 3,600 stitches on this year, and that is sad. But I am making progress, and it's regular progress on this piece that I love so much, so I'll stop complaining. Probably not, but I'll stop complaining today. So I worked on this recently, so we are in a little bit of a WIP update, but I'm working on the picnic basket here, and you can see once I get the back stitch in, these things will be much more visible, but there's a knife, fork, and spoon here. Oh, I love this. I love this. I haven't worked on backstitch in a long time, not at all this year. And I have some sections that I can get backstitched, but c'est la vie. This is not going to be the year for backstitch. I thought that setting the goal at, maybe that's where it stems from. Setting the goal at 300 stitches means that I could spend the rest of the day working on some backstitch. I haven't done that because I have set too many goals for this year, and so oftentimes this is a piece that I work on in the morning, and then in the evening I work on a different project. So because 300 stitches doesn't take too long. Oh, I love it. 32 count cream Belfast linen from Zweigart. My mainstay. Yeah, love this one. Love this one. And if you're wondering about the other seasons, stay tuned. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Up next is a piece that came up for me for non-full coverage WIP Go in May. And I never got to it because in May, I think I said I was focused on full coverage in May, and so I just never had time for my non-full coverage in May. And so this piece certainly suffered the consequences of that. This is something that I'm going to be working on. So earlier I mentioned doing Tour de France with Summer Montage. This is a piece that I was going to work on 100 stitches a day. And so that's never going to happen. So it's going to be either or kind of a situation. But living in this project bag by Stitch and Button, this is my Stark House banner. This is a design by Lolita Maid. I believe that Lolita Maid is a Russian designer and so not available on Etsy. They do have a shop, but I believe it is all in Cyrillic. If you can navigate a Cyrillic website, look up Lolita Maid if you are after something like this. Otherwise, it's not available currently. So this is the Stark House banner, and I am stitching this on 32 count Belfast in Valyrian steel by Hand Dyed Fabrics by Stephanie. And I am at 50.73% complete. So this piece is the very first piece where I said, I want this on Pattern Keeper, and it wouldn't take too much to make it so. So I went into my charting software and I recharted it to put into Pattern Keeper because the original PDF that I have was not PK compatible whatsoever, and it's highly symmetrical, fairly simple to do, so I did it. I stuck it into Pattern Keeper. So that's why I can give you that 50.73% complete, because I did make that happen. So this is a piece that's on my non-full coverage WIP Go board because I thought I might try to finish it this year. I really don't know if that's going to happen because I have nearly half of it left to do. And that's not an insignificant amount of work. So I don't know. I am stitching this using DMC 762 because of my fabric. It looks white, but it's that palest blue color. So yeah, I did change the design a little bit to make this more Game of Thrones. However, I did really long back stitches that I'm going to go through and undo. Because unless it's perfectly stretched, it looks really messy. But anyway, so that's where I'm at with this one. I'm going to work on this in July. Try to get caught up on non-full coverage WIP Go. With this one and my other one from May that got ignored in May. And then because of travel, I wasn't able to catch up this month either. So I am quite behind on both fronts of WIP Go, and that's okay. I'm not stressed about it. If I don't get to this, then I don't get to it. That's okay. Okay, up next is a piece that I wish I could work on, but I just don't see that there being time. This is another vintage owl lady bag, and I love it. And in here lives my Wise Owl. Wise Owl is a design by Dimensions. So this is a Dimensions kit, and I love this piece. This is a piece that I started thinking it was going to be couch stitching, and that never happened. And then I worked on it a good amount last year and rekindled my love for this piece. So I am stitching this using the chart and the called for threads, the kit threads. I did sub out the fabric because that's what I do. This is on a 28 count antique white cashel linen from Zweigart. And last year I made it all the way across the width. The background here is like 95% half stitch. The owl, the tree, and the leaves are full cross. So I was able to make, like, cover a lot of ground real fast with this one. And I adore this piece. I cannot wait to be able to work on this again. Work on the owl. That will be fantastic. So that is my Wise Owl, and yeah, I'm looking forward to working on this again. It's not in the plans for this year. A lot of these, really from here on out, are not in the plans for this year. Last year was about working on everything. This year was about significant progress on a few things. And I have yet to decide which I like better. I really do. I have yet to decide that. Up next is a piece that is a contender for my small monthly goals next year, because I love it so. This is another vintage Owl Lady bag featuring a couple of Gasly's prints. So on the front, the wind is rising, the air is wild with leaves. Now cometh October's eaves. Oh, I love it. And then this one up here, I don't know if that's a Gasly's print. It might be. It might be. But anyway, so love this one. This is what Haunted House used to live in. This is probably too much information, but this is what Haunted House used to live in. Susan's bags are not, they're not as sturdy, as structured as some of my full coverage bags are. And so it was flopping around a lot, and I didn't love that for this. So, did some bag shuffling. Anyway, in here lives Halloween at Hawk Run Hollow, a piece that I gave a lot of love a few years ago and hardly anything since. I love this piece. I mean, really, this is good. This is just good. So I am stitching this on a 40 count Newcastle linen in Vintage Country Mocha from Zweigart. And I have the first 5 blocks done. And I love this so much. Oh my goodness. So yeah, that's where we're at with this one. Yeah, this is gonna have to get some love next year. If not this year, then next year I'm gonna have to spend some time in Hawk Run because because I love it so much. So yeah, so that's where I'm up to with Halloween at Hawk Run Hollow. Will this be finished next year? Not likely, but if I could get a couple more blocks done, that would be great. That would be great. Okay, and the last of my 2017s, living in this project bag by Stitch and Button, is October by the Cricket Collection. is what this will look like finished. This is another one that has buttons and at least one silk. Gorgeous. And I am stitching this on a 32 count Belfast linen in gingerbread by Picture This Plus. This is another one where I pat myself on the back for the fabric choice. I'm pretty proud of this one. This is another one where I got hardly any progress when I started it, and last year I at least got some semblance of movement forward on it, even more so than I thought. When I was looking at this project bag, I was thinking I wasn't near as far as I am. So that's a relief. This silk is fantastic. It is, let me tell you, because I will inevitably get questions about it. It is a thread gatherer silken colors in Woods of Gold. So yeah, that's pretty. So yeah, that is showing up fairly accurate. That's the thing about this filming space, is that my fabrics tend to show up fairly accurately. It's just the coverage is always a little bit more spotty than it is in real life. So that is October, and I will look forward to working on this again the next time that I can. Are you guys tired of me saying that yet? I hope not, because it's going to happen a lot. I can't help it with 97 works in progress, and I have loved them all a lot over the course of these many years. It's going to happen. I am a little bit obsessed with several of my most recent new starts, but I know that I have felt that way about all of these at one time or another. Okay, now we're going to get into 2018, and on January 1st, 2018, I started maybe one of my favorite WIPs ever. I don't know. It's really not fair to say that, but that lives in this project bag. This project bag was made for me by Diana of It Is Kismet Stitches. Oh, I love it. Little potion bottles. And here lives my Poison Garden. Poison Garden is by Chatelaine. This is a traditional Chatelaine mandala. It is stunning. It is silk and bead and metallic heavy. It is specialty stitches. It is complicated. This is my dream. I love this. I love this a lot, and I don't have near enough done on it for how much I love it. I am one to do the beads at the end. I love beading, and beading a chatelaine is its own special enjoyment if you save all the beads to the end, because there's a lot of beads. It's a lot of beads. Once I get there, remind me to weigh this before and after, because the beads on this one are going to be intense. And I can't wait. I can't wait to get back to this. The only problem, and it's not even really a problem, but the only thing about chatelaines that bogs me down a bit is the repetitive nature. You know, I'm so excited to get into the next layer, the next round, the next piece of this. But before I do that, I feel like I need to finish out this piece that I've stitched 4 times already. I mean, this is repeated 8 times around. So that part tends to be a little tedious. Not even tedious, but just like I'm just so geeked to get to the next part that sometimes I struggle. But the specialty stitches are so much fun in these, and the 1/1 and the colors are perfection. Oh gosh, I love this so much. Let's just take a minute. Yeah, it's good. It's really good. And so this is another one that is calling loudly from my shelf of WIPs, It calls loudly all the time. The bag is huge and it sticks out. Oh, love this one. Up next, living in this project bag. This is by Fab Shabby Rose. I have seen them both on Stash Unloading on Facebook, as well as their Etsy shop of the same name, Fab Shabby Rose. And in here lives my Farmhouse Christmas. So Farmhouse Christmas is by Little House Needleworks, right? Yep. I always trip up a little bit, thinking that it might be Country Cottage, but this is Little House, and it was a series of 9 charts from, I believe, 2018. But yeah, copyright 2018. And I have done unofficially 8 of the 9. I have 1 block left. This came up for WIP Go earlier this year, for non-full coverage WIP Go. And I thought I might work on it to the finish, and then I just didn't. I am technically stitching these all on the same piece of fabric, but some of them are in pieces. And I'm stitching them all on 32 count flax Belfast linen. So I'm just going to show you them real quickly here. Not with the names of each of the charts. So originally I had planned on doing the borders on only the odd blocks, and then I messed it up and I accidentally did the border on one of the odd blocks, and rather than rip out, I'm just going to add the border to the rest of them, and then I won't have that alternating situation. So this is one of the ones that needs the little simple snowflake border, and this one as well. And then I have these 4 here that are all the way done. And then on this last piece of fabric, I have 1 done and the border of block 9 started. So yeah, working through these. I should be able to finish this year. I'm not one to do Christmas in July, but maybe in November or December I will get the urge to go through and finish this again. Once I get into these, they don't take very long. I do get bogged down because the color palette it bores me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. After 8 of these blocks, I'm a little bored by the color palette. But I will be motivated to get this finished. Maybe even sooner than that, so that I could have this fully finished finally for the farmhouse window that I bought 6 years ago for this design. So I am stitching these using the called for threads. It calls for a mix of Classic Colorworks and DMC. The only exchange for that I made is the white. I don't use over-dyed white, so I'm using DMC 3865. A little bit of a softer white, but nonetheless visible even on this flax. So that's where I'm up to with Farmhouse Christmas. I count them all together as 1 WIP because they'll be fully finished all together. Okay, up next is living in this really, really cool project bag. This is also a Momily bag. And in here is my Fairy Moon. So, Fairy Moon is by Mirabilia. Once again, this was a 2018 reprint. I have an original from 1993. You can see the old formatting. This is Mirabilia design number 2 from 1993. I am stitching a flipped version of this. I flipped this on the vertical, but it's a horizontal flip. Does that make sense? She's facing the other direction is what I'm trying to tell you. And I am stitching this on a beautiful 28 count cashel linen in Shadow by Picture This Plus, which is a gorgeous, gorgeous, deep, dark aubergine purple goodness that always gives me House on Haunted Hill vibes. The movie from the late 90s, early 2000s? I can't remember. Anyway, so here is where I am up to with Fairy Moon. And we finally, well, I guess it was the case with Snow Queen. I tend to stitch my fancy ladies with skin 1/1. For me, it's worth it. It's not the same. That certainly can't be said for everybody, but I happen to enjoy the effect of it. It takes a lot of work, especially if you have to frog it, like I did for this one. But nonetheless, so I've counted several times even since doing this moon and then counting down to her, and they are both in the right spot. They are relatively exactly where they need to be. Not that it actually matters, though. I have a very long way to go. This is a fat half of fabric, because she needs it, especially on a 28 count. But nonetheless, her sweet face is gazing up at the moon. Whenever I work on this piece, I think of Belinda Aussie Stitcher, because she gifted me this. She had I'm gonna tell this story again. She had a dream once about seeing my stargazer and my fairy moon framed together in my kitchen. And I don't live in that same house anymore, but nonetheless, seeing them framed together. And so that's why I have reversed her, so that they could be facing each other, because I had already stitched stargazer. My stargazer is on a neutral brown color, but none of that matters. They will end up together whenever I can focus on Fairy Moon, and it's going to be a while before I can focus on her, but that's all right. I will enjoy her for many years. Some things I feel the pressure, I feel the desire, I feel the impetus to get them finished, to reach the finish line, and some things I'm okay with. They're going to take a while. They're going to take as long as they take. Really, all of them are going to take as long as they take. I am convinced that these projects have minds of their own, and they get finished when they're good and ready for it. So yeah, so there's that. Okay, up next is a piece that has not ever seen FlossTube. Kind of. So, this lives in this project bag. This is also by Stitch and Button. Super vintage Halloween aesthetic there. And this is Hocus Pocus by the Prairie Schooler. So I originally started Hocus Pocus in 2018. And this is cardstock. So that's a hot commodity. I originally started this in 2018 on a cream 32 count Belfast linen, and I still have that here. And I like this. I don't think it's bad. I don't dislike it. But I wanted smaller. I wanted the stitches to be a little bit smaller. I am becoming more and more of a big fan of 40 count and 46 count one strand stitching. It's becoming my favorite thing. And I wasn't that far into this that restarting it wasn't out of the realm of possibility. So last fall, when I went to Stitching in the Springs, Sammy J, Stitches, and I, we met up in Cincinnati. We spent the night in Cincinnati and then drove over to Dayton, over to Yellow Springs the next morning. Well, if you're in Cincinnati, you might as well go to Keepsakes, right? Right. So we stopped in at Keepsakes on our way, and I picked out this fabric. This is an XJU Designs fabric. It still has that smell. It is stunning. I can't remember the colorway, and I don't have my tag in here, so I'll put it down here. I know where my tag is. So I'll put it down here what the colorway is. So this was tagged as a 46 count. I don't think it's a 46 count. I think that this is 40 count mallow. Measuring it, it measures up more like a 42 rather than a 46. So I think it's mallow because it's a little bit more substantial than a Newcastle 40 count, but it's not as tight as a typical 46. Anyway, I love it. And I am not quite to the same point that I was, but pretty close. And the size different. That's pretty fun. So yeah, so I love this, and I am looking forward to working on it again. I have a big long quarter of this fabric, so I will be able to get a whole other project on this. It smells like X-Jew. It's fantastic. So that is Hocus Pocus. Okay, up next is another piece where I started it in 2018. I started it several years ago and then didn't touch it for years. And then I worked on it last year and got some pretty good progress on it. So, living in this project bag, this is by the Painted Leaf Company. Super cute. Picked this up at StitchCon last year. And so this project always makes me think of Kelly and Banks. And in here lives my Scary Night 2 by Hand Blessings. So this piece I started at Stitch Fest. There it is. Did y'all see that light go on? Stitch Fest, which was a retreat that used to be hosted in Northern Virginia. So I started it then and then never touched it for literally 5 years. And so I worked on it again last year. This is would be a really fast stitch if I would just work on it. This is on 32 count Belfast linen in Dreamsicle by Under the Sea Fabrics. And I'm stitching it using Anchor Black. It's a monochromatic design. I was supposed to use 1 strand for the half stitch moon, but I used 2 strands. There's a counting error in here somewhere. It's fine. All of it is fine. So yeah, so that is where I'm up to with Scary Night 2. And I love it. I mean, I really enjoy monochromatic stitching. I find it to be therapeutic, and just I can be super methodical with it, and I enjoy that. So that's where I'm up to with Scary Night 2. Okay, up next is a piece that I am going to work on before the end of June here. This is another non-full coverage WIP Go piece from May that I never got to, and I'm going to try to knock out this goal before the end of June. So that lives in this project bag. This is an Evertotes project bag, and I love it. And in here lives Give Thanks. Give Thanks is by the Drawn Thread. And so that's kind of what it will look like finished. I say kind of because I am going to change Give Thanks to Gather. And I am going to stitch the table in alternating Scotch stitch, which is essentially a diagonal satin stitch in blocks. And so each of the blocks is going to be facing a different direction. So yeah, that's the plan with this one. I still have the other chair to do, and the table and the word gather. And I'm working on charting the word gather to get that to fit in. The only letter that I have to come up with myself is an R, and I think I can manage that. Otherwise, I've got all of the letters here. Just because I think that this is a friendly piece for year-round rather than just late fall harvest time. So I think gather. And here is where I'm up to. This is a 32 count Belfast linen in Vintage Country Mocha. It is the called for fabric, which is not my typical thing to do, but nonetheless. And I have all of the fruit / flower pots done, including all of their backstitch and specialty stitches. And this is really a lot of fun to stitch. I am using the called for dinky dies, and you can see those in the chair. They're not hardly variegated at all. I don't even know that I would call them tonal. So you could totally get by with the DMCs on these. And then it also calls for NPI silks, and I did sub those for the DMCs. The drawn thread does not provide that conversion, but an internet search can get you the conversion, so not a problem there. This one has lots of fun specialty stitches that I am familiar with, but by a different name. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward to stitching the table. I think that Scotch stitch, I think that's going to work out really well. And I am geeked about it. So that is where I'm up to with Give Thanks. Like I said, this I will work on before the end of June. The WIP goal is 1,500 stitches or the finish. And I really think the finish is probably what's going to end up happening, because I don't expect the table to take terribly long. Okay, so up next is another of my small monthly goals, and that lives in this project bag by Christina Stitch All the Things. I love this bag. So pretty. And in here is my Touching the Autumn Sky. Touching the Autumn Sky is an out-of-print, highly sought-after Mirabilia. And I have this on loan from a friend. I have had this in my possession for far too long, and I would very much like to finish it this year. It's even got the glossy picture. So this is what Touching the Autumn Sky will look like when it's finished. I would love to be able to finish this year, if not in the early stages of 2025. I am working on this with an asterisk here every month for a stitch count goal of 500 stitches a month. I haven't worked on this since April. This one keeps getting pushed to the side. I seem to keep holding this one over. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, this one keeps being the one that I postpone. So this is going to get 1,500 stitches in July. Mark my words. This one I am going to catch up on in July. This is on a 32 count Belfast linen in Moana by Hand Dyed Fabrics by Stephanie. And I do know why this one is the one that I keep pushing. And that is that I want to do a hair conversion and I haven't done it yet. And I feel some kind of hang-ups if I don't do that hair conversion about moving forward. So I've got to get my hair conversion figured out. This, as charted, she's very dark-haired, and I want this to resemble my daughter, who is like a dirty blonde / a little bit lighter than what my roots are showing here. So I have to do a hair conversion. So that's probably the hang up. But she's not a very big design. She only calls for one bead. I think that the finish this year is not out of the realm of possibility if I could just get a move on. So in July, I think I'll have a better gauge on things once I get caught up. It's hard to say, we're halfway through the year, and so I should be further than I am, about 1,000 stitches further. So that is Touching the Autumn Sky. Up next, living in another stitch and button bag. That's fantastic. I love these. I love these prints. These suggestive veggies. So in here lives my animal stacks. And this is a piece that I'm just not focusing on. I think if I did, it would be finished like 3 years ago. But anyway, so I am working on the Animal Stacks by Plum Street. And I am currently working on Goat Load. Hence, I mean, you get it, right? So this is Goat Load. And I am stitching this on 32 count Belfast linen in Parchment by Hand Dyed Fabrics by Stephanie. Using mostly a color conversion. I might be using some of the Weeks Dye Works called for, but a lot of this is coloring and cotton from stash, like equivalent substitutions, more than a true color conversion. I love this piece. I love working on it. I don't know why it's never a priority. So I want to do 4 of them together. Sheep Heap, Goat Load, Gobble Gob, and then a winter one. And I don't know which winter one yet. Maybe the reindeer stack, but anyway, so I want to say I'm probably 40% through Goat Load here. We'll see if I ever finish it. This was started in 2018 and I'm moving so slow with these. So that is my progress on the Animal Stacks. Okay, now we are into 2019. So that was my last 2018 piece. First up for 2019, living in this project bag. This is also a Momily bag. And this is Thine is the Trick and the Treat by Prairie Moon. This is a design that was out of print. Highly sought after, very expensive on the secondhand markets. I paid secondhand market out of print pricing for an original, and then out of the blue, I want to say a month later, Prairie Moon said, "We're back. You can now get a PDF." Thanks for that, y'all. But anyway, so I'm not salty about it. I am stitching this on Jamie's kilt. Sarah, I am using Jamie's kilt. Okay. So this is 32 count Belfast in Jamie's kilt. And here's where I'm up to with Thine is the Trick and the Treat. I think I have page 1 done. Or maybe not quite. I might not be at the first page done. Jamie's kilt is such a fantastic fabric color. I am stitching this using mostly PRO 70 by Silks For You. And I have in here my silk. This came on a hank that I cut up and divided into sections just so I could more easily manage this. So most of this is in this, I'd say $37.99 silk. This is really not a very variegated silk, but it is beautiful to work with, and it's nice and thick of a silk. I am doing some accent bits. The letters I am doing in Belle Soie. This is Belle Soie in Elegant Eggplant. And then I am also doing some things in Etoile. So the witch on her broom is a little bit shimmery. And that is in Black Etoile. So just switching it up a little bit with some of the things in this one. You can barely tell that the letters are in a purple on camera here, but I can see it pretty well in person. Plus some parts of that thread are pretty dark anyway, so that's not too surprising. So anyway, so that's where we are with Thine is the Trick and the Treat. Okay, up next, living in this project bag. This one is fun. And in this project bag is Garden of Erie. Oh, love this. I love this one so much. Not only because I love the design so much, but I love the Plum Street, the original Plum Street setup. That's just fun. So anyway, so Garden of Erie, it's a play on an Adam and Eve sampler with Frankenstein's monster and his bride. And then it says at the bottom, this work rot, R-O-T. So super fun. I started this with Deborah Stitch the Stash, October of 2019. Deborah, have you finished this yet? I know that you were close. So mine is on a 32 count double dipped Keone by Under the Sea Fabrics. Double dipped means it's just a deeper dye. And I super enjoyed working on this last year when I finally got back to it. I think when I first worked on this, I had the majority of this first cloud done, and I have since done all the rest of what you see here. Yeah, this is a lot of fun. I love to stitch a big tree, and this big tree is gnarled and big and fantastic. So much fun. And I think I'm using all DMC, which may be the called for. Okay, up next, living in this project bag. This is one we saw an awful lot last year, because this is where Glory of Autumn used to live. But now in this project bag, this is a bag by Hillside Rookery, Olivia B. And now living in this bag is the Autumn Sampler by Cooler Design Studio. So you remember when I mentioned getting back to the Cooler Design Studio seasons? I am currently working on Autumn, and I would like to do the rest as well. But I'm sticking with just 2 because these are a big undertaking. These are certainly... These are not weekender projects, not even sarcastically. Like I said, Autumn Sampler, Cooler Design Studio, Sandy Orton. This one also is Pattern Keeper friendly with the same notes as Summer Sampler. This I am stitching on 32 count Belfast linen in flax from Zweigart. And like Summer Sampler, I'm in love with this one too. I have the majority, if not, yeah, it looks like I have all of this stitched. Not back stitched yet, but all of this is stitched. So that's pretty cool. I love these designs. I love working on them. I have started working on the corn and tomatoes over here of that little band. So yeah, so much fun, these designs. I love them. I have decided that this one is going to wait until I'm done with summer. So this one may not see any love for a couple of years yet, but nonetheless, it started. Okay. Oh, we are now into 2020. 2019, I have 3 projects left over. So, yeah, we are now into 2020. All right. So living in this project bag, this is also a Momily bag. And in here lives my Halloween sampler. Halloween sampler is by Cottage Garden Samplings. And in 2020, I had grand plans of completing a word and a thing every month. Obviously, that didn't happen because here we are, 4 years later, still showing it in my WIP parade. And I mean, I love this piece. Don't get me wrong. Things and stuff. So this is a 32 count Belfast linen in Tombstone by Color and Cotton. I believe this was a Halloween box fabric. I am stitching it using, believe it or not, the called for Gentle Art sampler threads. I don't know if it's necessary to use the called for cast for this. It uses Blackboard, which is mostly black with a hint of blue, and Raven, which is mostly black with a hint of green. But if I didn't tell you that wasn't $37.99, would you know? I don't know. I don't know. So yeah, maybe that's part of the reason why I don't ever make this the priority, because I'm annoyed that I'm stitching, but you can't tell, like, the work is not being showcased. Anyway, so that's where I'm up to currently. I worked on this last year. I don't think I did as much as I wanted to, but that's okay. This will continue to get progress. It's not a super big design, so finishing shouldn't be that much of a big deal. Just get it done, Jess. Maybe next year. Okay, up next is a piece that I love so much, and it is going to feature in several WIP parades to come, even though I only do these every few years. Yeah, so that lives in this project bag. This is by Stitch and Button. This is a very special project. This is Anniversaries of the Heart by Blackbird Designs. And this is it's just a very special project. I am moving very slowly with it, and that is equal parts intentional and also accidental. I am stitching this on 40 count Newcastle linen in Almond by Silkweaver, Fabrics by Jim, and I am still working on block 1, Snow Garden. So currently my peacock looks like Nessie. Somebody pointed that out to me last year. This piece is so special to me. Yeah. So I have my daughter's initials here because her birthday is in January. So I'm using, believe it or not, the called for threads. All of the called fors for this one. And this one, some dye lots have changed over the years, or perspective has changed, or cameras have changed. Because these are not the same. Like, in any respect, these are not the same. Yeah, so that's really interesting. It is what it is. I'm not changing anything. I don't dislike how this is looking. It's just that, once again, expectations versus reality. There's miscommunication. So, anyway, so that's where I'm up to with Snow Garden. I am a little embarrassed that after 4 years, I don't even have this first block done. These are not huge blocks. I should be a lot further than I am. Perhaps this is something that I make a small monthly goal for next year. I don't know. This desperately needs more love, and I just haven't had the opportunity to give it the love and attention that it so desires and so needs. So that is Anniversaries of the Heart. It was a heart piece for me, for sure. Okay, up next is something that has been calling pretty loudly, actually. And that lives in this project bag. This is by Diddly Daddle Designs, and I don't think Diddly Daddle is doing bags anymore. But at least I haven't seen anything, and I haven't actively looked. But in here lives my Cottage Garden Samplings Promise of Spring. This is from the Songbird's Garden collection. And this is design number 4. I'm not stitching them in any particular order. But this is Promise of Spring, featuring the American Robin, tulips, and the word hope. I really very, very much want to get back to this. So this is 32 count Belfast linen in Seaside by Hand Dyed Fabrics by Stephanie. And yeah, I've got a really good jump on this. The tulips themselves are done. Yeah, I've got to get back to this. Soonly, very soon here. Yeah, fantastic. I'm stitching these using the DMC conversion that Vinny provides. These are charted in mostly weeks dye works, if not entirely. And I'm doing the DMC conversion. And I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, I need to get back to this. Series project. I want to stitch all 12. Yeah. Good stuff there. Up next, living in this stunner of a project bag. This one is also by Stitch and Button. I just thought this was really fitting for Celtic Angel by Cooler Design Studio. The designer is actually Barbara Batts. And I like this a lot. Yeah, that totally works. Totally works. Super, super gorgeous. So this one is also Pattern Keeper compatible. I'm stitching this on, there's my tag, 32 count Belfast linen in shiplap from Color and Cotton. And this is where I'm to at this point. I don't think I have my metallics yet, or I do, and I've put them in the wrong spot. So that's why the wing has not been done yet, and none of the back stitch above her has been done yet. But I did come over here and work on the harp and her hands last year. I am so geeked to work on this to get into that dress. Just this little bit of greens in here was a lot of fun, but that dress is going to be so much fun to stitch. I cannot wait. And also it will be nice to backstitch her face so that she doesn't look so cherubic. I mean, she's an angel, so it's okay that she looks a little cherubic, but anyway, it's my own hang up. So yeah, so that is Celtic Angel. Okay, up next, living in this project bag. This is a Stitch and Button bag. And in here lives Seeking Refuge. Seeking Refuge. I am stitching this on 40 count light mocha Newcastle linen from Zweigart using a color conversion. I would say, just based on my memory, yeah, most of these are Color and Cotton. There's some Gentle Arts. Tearing off the ring, that's fine. And then Anchor Black. No, I'm not even gonna bother showing you the threads because we don't have time for that. But here is the progress that I have made so far. Started in 2020 and didn't work on much afterwards, and then spent a good few days on it last year and got into the brick house. I love a giant brick house, and this is a quintessential giant brick house, and I love it. I love it so much. I have so much fun stitching a brick house. I can be such a methodical stitcher, and this just makes the happy brain chemicals going. Yeah, this is good. I really enjoy stitching on a brick house. So a long way to go here yet, but nonetheless, this is a design that came out at Market in 2020, and before the pandemic broke out, when we saw previews for the Market releases, I fell in love with this one. Because the verse here, when the world seems to be out of control, I find a way to nurture my soul, seeking refuge with needle and thread, the angst and anxiety no longer I dread. Yeah, I mean, that's very, very pertinent. And then it became a little bit of a pandemic sampler for a lot of folks, and so I think that that's part of the reason why I drew back from it, because I don't want that association, but nonetheless. So that is where I am up to with Seeking Refuge. Lovely. Bit of a plain linen choice, but I'm okay with that. And that is it for section 2. I started seeking refuge on March 25th of 2020, and then I did a whole bunch of new starts for May of 2020. And so that's going to be where we start off with section 3. So I will be back in a few seconds for you all with a reset. Okay, so let's get into Mania of 2020. For which I started quite a few things. I have finished a few of them over the years, but nonetheless. Okay, so first up, on May 1st, 2020, I started what now lives in this project bag. This is a stitch and button bag. And in here lives my Rolodex Morning Sampler by Bendy Stitchy. I love this so much. This is just a really gorgeous design, and it's another one where I kind of love my fabric choice. My threads are a mix of the called for and a mix of substitutions. And my fabric is 32 count Belfast in Lapis by Under the Sea Fabrics. And so when I worked on this last year, I focused on the willow because I have so much fun stitching those long willows that I just let myself do that. I really need to work on border and work across over here, but I just let myself, since I hadn't worked on this in so long, I just let myself do the fun part for me. Yeah, this is gorgeous. I love this a lot. This is not a terribly big design. The bottom is pretty stitch heavy. I mean, the whole design is pretty stitch heavy, but it's not super big. I'm not saying I'm going to finish it this year, but once it's capable of being a focus, it won't take a lot, like a lot of my projects. In that reset there, I put all of the projects back in their bags, and that's gonna save me a lot of time, for sure. Once this task is done. Okay, up next is one of my favorite projects. I really love this one, and I also love the bag it's in. This is again a stitch and button bag, and in here lives my Music Amongst the Trees by Rosewood Manor. Oh, I love this. Yeah, this is a fun stitch. There's fiddly bits, there's a ton of colors, but also it's just stunning. And I had toyed with the idea of making this my break it up into 12 for this year. Obviously that did not come to pass. Another one that's not super huge, and so I think with I can't remember what my rotation was on this last year, but I think I got a good majority of this big tree and this one over here. I think I made some good progress in not a ton of time last year. So yeah, oh yeah, love it. Love it a lot. Love it a lot. So that's where I'm up to with Music Amongst the Trees. May 2020, I started a lot of my favorite projects. Case in point, living in this project bag. I believe this is also Hillside Rookery. Yeah. Santa Faces. And in here lives my Heap on the Wood. Heap on the Wood is by Brenda Gervais, and I love this design. I do wish that I had started it on a 40 count, but this was a time in my life when really 32 count was more my go-to. This is on a piece of Lakeside linen, so it's a little extra special. I believe this is vintage maple sugar. And I've got park threads. Yeah, that's good. So I guess when I worked on this last year, I worked on this middle border here, and then I wanted to get to the words because I wanted to cover a lot of ground. Maybe not a lot of stitches, but I wanted to cover as much ground as I could given the time. These cardinals up here are 1/1. Yeah, this is good. This is another case of probably some of the called for and also some close substitutions with things from stash. A lot of color and cotton, I know that for sure. Which I haven't done a lot of converting to color and cotton in a while. So that may have to be a thing here before too long. With some of these new starts that I am thinking about for the second half of the year. Okay, up next is another one that I think about girlfriends. A couple of virtual stitchers girlfriends and I started a project that lives in this project bag by Stitchin' Button. And in here is Moonflowers. Moonflowers. Oh, I love this piece. Yeah, this one's beautiful. This is one that I'm sure got its minimum last year, but not much more than that. Did I even work on this last year? Oh, I did, but I don't think I met my minimum. This is on a 32 count Belfast linen, and I want to say it's Whole Lot of Love. Yes, Whole Lot of Love by Color Cascade Fabrics, which is an Aussie dyer. This fabric was a gift from Belinda Aussie Stitcher. So yeah, I just have the moon started, just one color. I really don't think I got my minimum last year. My minimums last year I think was 1,300 stitches. I am doubting that I got that accomplished on this one. Okay, up next is another piece that just hasn't seen the love that it so deserves. Jack's Bash by Plum Straight. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a fun stitch, and I'm looking forward to getting further in. It already is a fun stitch. This is on 40 count Newcastle linen in Sea Fog. This is an R&R fabric. Just a kind of a light, more honestly tealy green than I remembered. I'm stitching this using mostly called for threads, if memory serves. I don't typically love to use an overdyed black, if you will. So the black I'm using for a lot of this is Anchor Black. And this lettering up here is 1/1 on the 40 count. Teeny tiny. So that's where I'm at with this one. I know that this last year, this is what I did. Love it. Really gorgeous. Getting to our first long dog, but I think I'm restarting this. I think I am. I think I'm gonna have to. But that currently lives in this project bag. This is a pineapple house bag, and in here lives my Sans Souci. This poor project. So many iterations, so many changes. Really a lot of progress to just be like, nah, I'm gonna restart it. I don't know. I am loving, like capital L, loving my long dogs on 40 count, and this one and this one is on 32 count. Excuse my voice seems to be trying to go out. This is my last holdout for 32 count. I haven't made the switch, and I've done a lot, but I really kind of want it on 40. So tentatively, this is 32 count in Blue Ice Belfast linen. I'm stitching this using $37.99 and $9.95, both DMCs. I'm stitching all of the border like bits in the $37.99, and the fun, interesting things in 9.5. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is not a very big long dog, so maybe keeping it on the 32 count is all right. Okay, all right. We'll table that discussion with myself for another day when I work on this again. It looks like we have some cloud cover kind of rolling in and out, so the lighting is going to do some fun things. Here it is late afternoon. Our heat index today is a few degrees over 100. And it looks like we might get some storms tonight. So the cloud cover is gonna do things. Okay, up next, living in this project bag. This was made by Diane of Mondot Stitches. And let's see here. In here is my Marion Bright, another Cottage Garden Samplings Songbirds Garden series piece. This is Songbirds Garden number 2, featuring the black-capped chickadee and the winterberry holly. So this one, Sammy, did we start these together? Or, yeah, I think we did. Wow. I think Sammy's finished hers. I am obviously a long way off finishing. This is a 32 count Belfast linen in Carol's Meadow by Silkweaver or Fabrics by Jim. Yeah. I have a long way to go. Similar situation, I am using the DMC conversion that Vinny provides. I did make one change to this one because the berry colors, the outline of the berry color and the majority of the berry color in the DMCs, they were too close, and so I changed one of them. I can't remember which one it was, but just so that there was that more obvious outline. Otherwise, it is the DMC conversion that Vinny provides. So there's that. Yeah, I think Sammy has finished that one, and I think we started them together. But she has a lot fewer WIPs than I do, and she gets more regular progress on all the things than I do. I tend to be a little bit more, like, obsessively hyper-focused on one or two humongous things. Okay, my last project for Mania 2020 lives in this fabulous project bag. This is by Stitch and Button, and in here lives my Spring Dragon by Ingleside Imaginarium. The lovely Brittany. This is on a 32 count Belfast linen in Cauldron Bubble by Color and Cotton, again from I think the same Halloween mystery box. And I love this piece. This is so much fun to stitch. This has a similar pathway as a Joan Elliott, in the sense of like multiple shades of the same color family, but all flows really nicely. I get into a good groove and get a bunch of stitches. Like this wing was just a bunch of stitches, but a lot of fun to stitch. I cannot wait to get back into this. This still has yet to come up for non-full coverage WIP Go for me this year, and I'm really hoping I can finish this year. I don't know. Looking at it here, I've got a long way to go. But at the very least, I'll put in a good 1,500 stitches and see where that gets me. So that is Spring Dragon. Like I said, I can't wait for that to come back up. For full coverage WIP Go. I keep willing it to happen, and again, I apparently have no pull with the deities responsible for WIP Go. Alright, so that is the rest of WIP Go 2020. Now I have a couple more starts from 2020 living in this project bag. This is also a Momly bag. And in here lives my Elizabeth Biggs 1833 by GGR. So my first reproduction sampler of this WIP braid. That's pretty fun. And we start with a big one, which is not exactly surprising for me. I tend to gravitate towards the big projects. So I have a very long way to go on this one, but she is stunning. This is on a 40 count Newcastle linen in, ooh, now I can't remember. Are you Legacy or Doubloon? Legacy. Thank you, Past Jess, for saving the tag. So I am stitching this using the Called For Colors, which is a mess of Weeks Dye Works and Gentle Art sampler threads. There might be Classic Color Works and there might be DMC in there too. I know for certain Weeks and Gast. And I love it. I mean, I really love it. I started this with Sarah, and this is our Not a Sal, because we, for the longest time, said that we were starting it together and we didn't, and then we never seemed to work on it at the same time. So this is Not a Sal. There's no stitching along happening, but this is fun. It is so interesting to stitch, and this border is somewhat repetitive, but also not entirely repetitive. The flower buds change and the spacing between the leaves changes, and so it takes a little bit more brain. It's not automatic, but stunning, just stunning. And yeah, I enjoy it. This is gonna be a legacy project. It's on legacy fabric, and that is fitting, and that's all right. I'm all right with it. I love it. Okay, last project for 2020, living in this project bag. This is a vintage Owl Lady bag, and the more you look at this, the more skulls you see. That's pretty cool. In here lives my Lunar Witch, which is a bit ironic because there are no skulls on this. But this is Lunar Witch by Autumn Lane Stitchery. And this is cool. This is just a cool picture. Cool design. This is on 32 count Belfast linen in Purple Pansies by Hand Dyed Fabrics by Stephanie, which doesn't sound very Halloween, but absolutely is Halloween. And forgive the park threads. I did make it over across the whole width of the design, so that's pretty cool. It's kind of typewriter method, and very similar to what I did with Wise Owl. Pick a thread in the trees, carry it down as far as I can, or as far as the thread goes. Pick a color, carry it down. And I tend to do this a lot as of now. This seems to be my method, and I go kind of snake style. So I started over here, and I went over here, and now I'm going like this, and like this. So that's kind of fun. So yeah, this is super, I think it's like 7 or 8 DMC colors total. So not super colorful, pretty simplistic, at least on that part of it. It's not a small design by any stretch. It is one that I did rechart into to make it Pattern Keeper compatible for myself, because it was simplistic enough in the colors that I could do that. It did take me a few days because this is kind of a big chart, but nonetheless, sometimes I will take the time to do that just to make them just a little bit easier to work on in PK, because like I've said, I'm a little bit of a snob for Pattern Keeper these days. Okay, now we will get into 2021. So, my first new start for 2021, keep in mind my daughter was born in January of 2021. So I have a lot of starts here for the first year of my daughter's life, which is interesting. Anyway, This is a project bag made by Diana of It Is Kismet Stitches, and in here lives my opening gambit. So in 2021, I started opening gambit on my birthday, and then I restarted it last year. I had originally started it on 32 count vintage country mocha, and the whole time I was working on it last year on the 32 count, I kept thinking, I really want to switch to 40 count, but I'm not gonna. I'm far enough along into this, I'm not gonna switch. And then I noticed the humongous counting error I had made on the 32 count, and I swear it was not intentional, it just happened that way. So I did restart it on the 40 count. I took the sign from the universe, and I did restart it on 40 count, and gosh, I left a huge margin on the sides here. But useless once I finished this. What on earth was I doing? So anyway, so here's where I am up to now with opening gambit, and this is a fairly small long dog samplers design. So finishing this within a couple of years is not unobtainable. That's not impossible. I'm stitching this using DMC 902, and I love it. This is meant for our game room, because obviously it's featuring a lot of chess pieces and chess kind of imagery. So yeah, lots of fun to be had here. Anyway, so there is opening gambit, and I look forward to working on that again next year. For Mania 2021, I started 3 projects. And the first lives in this project bag, which I also believe is Pineapple House. And this is a piece I'm so excited. It came up for non-full coverage WIP Go for July. So I'm going to finish this in July. And it is my Mill Hill Buttons and Beads Mouse House. This was a beautiful gift from Carolina. And yeah, so I often think of her whenever I work on this, and I'm gonna finish it here in July, and I'm so excited. So this one I am stitching on fabric. I had originally started it on the perforated paper. My automatic response to Mill Hill is to do 3 strands on the perforated paper. These buttons and beads, at least the ones that I have encountered, say 2 strands. So my stitches were not looking good on the perforated paper. And so I made the switch to fabric because of that, and because I was getting annoyed with my thread constantly catching the perforated paper. I was getting annoyed. So I made the switch to fabric, and then I read that it's recommended to do it 2 strands instead of 3, and I was like, oh, that might have made the difference, at least for my stitches. Maybe not for the catching the corners, but anyway, I love it on the fabric. I am having a ball stitching it on the fabric. This is 28 count cachet linen in Ale by Picture This Plus. And as you can see, I am zooming along. I do not have a ton of this left. My minimum for non-full coverage pieces this year is 1,500 stitches, and I don't think I have 1,500 stitches left. I don't think I do. I'm not going to look at the chart now, but so I am geeked. I'm going to have it finished next month. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I have been beading as I go, so there's all kinds of texture going on there. There's some bigger beads and some smaller ones. I'm still attaching the big beads on a half cross and the smaller beads on a full cross. And that sounds counterintuitive, but that's the way that the Mill Hill kits always tell you to do it. So that's what I'm doing. Yeah, this is good. This is really good. Also been doing some of the back stitches I go. I cannot wait to get to this. This might be like a July 1st. Like, I'm going to get working on this. I am excited. I have been willing WIP Go to call this, and so it's a few months later than I had hoped, planned, what have you, but nonetheless, I'm geeked. My other non-full coverage WIP Go piece that it called was December Quaker. And we'll talk about my monthly Quakers here in a little while. But I won't be getting to that in July. That will be later on in the year. I expect probably October or November. Okay, another of my Mania 2021 starts, living in this RBG project bag. This is by Black Cat X Stitchery. And in here lives my Mothers and Daughters sampler by the Victoria Sampler. Gorgeous, gorgeous design featuring some cut work, which worry about that later. Yeah, love this very much. I'm not terribly far into it. This I started on Mother's Day in 2021, so my first official Mother's Day as a human mom. And this was a gift from my mom for Christmas in 2020, so just very cool. I'm stitching this on the called for linen. It looks like a 28 count raw cashel linen. Yep, look at that. I'm getting good at this. Raw cashel linen, and I am using the thread pack, which features a lot of NPIs and Krynic Silk Mori, and that's pretty much it. And some DMCs as well. Maybe a couple Glorianas. Who knows? It's in the thread pack. So yeah, I really love this. This last year, I stitched all of this. I finished this top band, and then I stitched all of this. Words and letters go quick, and I wanted to get to do some specialty stitches, so we have some satin stitch and some Rhodes hearts. We have this, which the name just escaped me, but it kind of looks like a reverse rice stitch, but it's not. Some lazy daisies. I'm not bringing those in too closely. Yeah, just some fun stuff. Some really just a lot of fun, this project. So I will look forward to getting back to this along with everything else. My final Mania 2021 start lives in this project bag. This is by Be Busy Bags, the same as the owl bag I showed you back in the full coverage section. And in here lives my Fruits of Plenty. Fruits of Plenty is by Modern Folk Embroidery. This is another case of, I had originally started this on 32 count, and when I went to work on it for its rotation last year, I made the switch to 40 count, and I am so relieved I did. I am just so much more a 40 count stitcher nowadays that this really just brings me so much joy. Look, my nails match this one. Yeah, so I'm stitching this on 40 count Newcastle linen in Platinum by Zweigart. Platinum, or I think what used to be called Alabaster, actually. And DMC 3041 and 3042 are my colors. Those dusty purples. Yep, I love this. This is great. Obviously, I am almost done. Long way to go yet on the January section, much less anything else. So that's going to be a legacy project as well. I'm okay with it. I really enjoy Modern Folk Embroidery's designs. Yep, lots of fun. Oh, this is a good one too. Living in this project bag. This is by Dot Dot Goose. And in here lives my Summertime Sunshine sampler by Stitchy Pros. I love this piece so very much. And this is on a 40 count Newcastle linen in Bellini by Color and Cotton. I am changing things up with this quite a bit. Okay, so here's the progress that I have made so far. I really like this fabric color. This is stunner. It's really quite rich. I think I'm using mostly called for this. Mostly called for threads. Or maybe I'm doing a color conversion. I don't know. It doesn't truly matter. But I'm doing some things a little differently. This red band here on the original chart is supposed to be eyelets, and because I'm stitching this on a kind of a tight 40 count, the eyelets were not making sense. So I am doing a road stitch there. The alphabet, our initials, my initials, I am doing in a 4-sided stitch instead of backstitched using a different color, which is what the chart calls for. I think that's all of the changes that I've made. So yeah. So JM and then my last name S. I love this piece. So pretty. So pretty. Had to take a break there. We had some storm clouds roll in and some rain, which we have needed so badly. And so it got really dark. And so I took a little break and we are back at it. I still have 35 projects to get through. In the interim, I texted my husband. I said, why do I do this? I really need to get down to like 30 projects before I start doing WIP parades. But this is still fun. This is still a lot of fun. So let's get back into it. My next project, living in this gorgeous project bag. This is by PT Bags, Penny and Tunny. And I have a project bag that has this on the inside. And when I saw this at Stitch New Jersey last year, I had to have it. So living in here is my Quinto Akuto, the Pointed Fifth by Long Dog Samplers. I love this piece, y'all. I mean, I really do. I love the long dog that I picked to work on this year, but I really miss this one. So stunning. You see that 353 by 352. Obviously, Saga is significantly bigger, but kind of a similar aesthetic. So this is on a 40 count Newcastle linen in Platinum from Zweigart. I'm stitching this 1/2 with DMC 37.99. And I have seen so many stunning versions of this, ombre and rainbow and multicolor, and a part of me wishes that I had done the same thing, and another part of me really just loves the gothic dark gray. So I love this. Plus I love the simplicity of it. It's so easy. I don't have to think about color. But anyway, stunning. Oh, this is beautiful. I got a really long way to go on this, so I can love this one for, I don't know, the rest of my days. So that is the Pointed Fifth. Living in this project bag, this is a Stitch and Button bag. This was in her Christmas mystery box a couple years ago, 2022, I think, if memory serves. And in here is my Christmas Quaker Bell Pull by Sticky Dane von der Vanberg. This is one of my more popular projects on YouTube and on Instagram, and it's certainly one of my favorites. This is also on the Platinum 40 count Newcastle. I'm stitching this using the called for DMC for the red and the green, and then it also calls for a yellow, and I swapped that out for a gold, a Petite Treasure braid. I think it's PB26 that I'm using. Just a little bit of sparkle in amongst the very vintage green and vintage red. Love this one. I really wanted to get page 1 finished last year, but that didn't come to pass. Gosh, when am I going to get back to this? Oh, soon, I hope. All of these. Soon, I hope. This is a super long, I mean, it's a bell pull, so it's super long and skinny. Yeah, that's good. That's really good. And I'll be honest, with regular effort, I don't know that that one would take necessarily all that long. Oh, now the sun is really coming out. Apologies if things get a little blown out. That's what we get with the summer weather. All right, living in this project bag. This was from Stitch and Button's Halloween mystery box from last year. And in here lives my haunted house sampler. So haunted house sampler is designed by Twin Peak Primitives, and Emily C. of Eclectic Possessions and I, we started a stitch along for this, I guess, in 2021, considering that's my start date on it. I am stitching this on 40 count Newcastle linen in old linen by Extra Designs. And, oh, gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. So this one calls for DMC. I am using a conversion to overdyed fun things in some places and the DMC really in the house. I just didn't want the grays to get mixed up and to make the house look muddy. So I'm using a lot of the DMCs in the house. This is a lot of fun. I think, Emily, have you finished this or gotten close? I know some folks participating in the stitch along have finished it since we've started almost 3 years ago. I'll bring up the rear. That's fine. Yeah, love this. Super, super gorgeous. My last new start for 2021 lives in this project bag. This is by Vintage Owl Lady. Most of my Vintage Owl Lady bags have an owl on them, interestingly enough. And in here is the Moonlight Sampler by the Blue Flower. Here is the Moonlight Sampler. And I started this on what should have been Thor's 9th birthday. He passed away the December before. But I started this on his first birthday after crossing. So I'm going to change the dog to, I'm going to just shorten up his tail to a little nubbins, and then I think I have to drop his ears, and then that will be my Thor. Me and my heart dog. So yeah, this is a stunning, stunning project. I love this piece. I am stitching it on a 40 count Newcastle linen in Prairie Dust by Color and Cotton. I'm using the DMCs called for. The overdyes I have done a lot of substituting, but I have used a couple of the called for overdyes. I wanted to make sure that the Luna Moth turned out, so I'm using the exact colors that Janine calls for that. But for the most part, I've done some substituting here. I would really happily stitch anything that Janine designs. Her whole catalog is just stunning. So there is Moonlight Sampler. All right, now we're going to get into 2022. Awesome. We're getting there. We're getting there, y'all. All right, so in this project bag, which is by Stitch and Button, lives my Falling Snow. This is supposed to be my snow day piece. I haven't worked on this since 2022 because the beginning of 2022, because winter 22 into 23 and winter 23 into 24, we had one snow day, and I didn't pull it out to work on it for that snow day because I forgot about it. We have had no real significant snow events in 2 years, 2 whole winters. And as a person who loves winter and who desperately needs a good winter to balance out summer, I am very disappointed. I'm disappointed. So I'm hoping that maybe this year we'll get a decent winter and I can get some good progress into my snow day project. So falling snow is originally charted in white and then accents of some dark teals, and I think I am going to go with that color just because of my fabric. The white I did sub for $38.65 because my stitches look nicer, and it's just a little bit of a softer white. I did something a little different. I started on the right for this one. On the right? Yes, on the right. Just with the way I like to stitch, it just made more sense to start over there. And yeah, so here's where I'm up to, down to, what have you. And I love it. The fabric is 32 count Belfast linen in Caribbean blue by Hand Dyed Fabrics by Stephanie, and it's showing up fairly accurately there. It is a 996/3846. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good. So hopefully that will get some good love in the years to come. I really, really need a good snow. I mean, I qualify a good snow event if my husband gets to take off work. And he hasn't been able to do that since winter 21 into 22. So, all right. Up next. Oh, done with that page. All right, up next we have Spring Quaker. Love this piece. So this is a bag also by Hillside Rookery. And this is Spring Quaker by Leila's Studio. Love all of these designs. Would really like to stitch all of them, etc., etc. So yeah. So this is Spring Quaker, the one I have started thus far. This is on 40 count Newcastle linen in either baby sheep or little bunny. Something adorable, something neutral that looks like this. And I am stitching this using, again, a mix of the called for and also substitutions. I have some Gentle Art, some Color and Cotton, some of the DMC. I don't have a huge collection of Classic Colorworks, and that's what this calls for, so I made the subs. Quakers are so much fun to stitch. They are, they go easily, and I have a lot of fun stitching them. Lots of fun. I also love symmetry, so that is Spring Quaker. Okay, up next is a project that I wanted to get to this month, but I just haven't found the time. So Living in This Project Bag by Stitch and Button, one of my favorites. This piece really is a good one to take to retreats. It travels pretty well. It's not super huge, so I can get some significant enough progress on it. This is the Move Forward in Love by Modern Folk Embroidery. It's the Pride Sal from 2022. And I'm stitching mine on 40 count Newcastle linen in Chickpea by Color and Cotton. Using the called for DMCs, the only change that I made is the border is being done in Threadworks Bradley's Balloons. Yeah, because it's a rainbow thread. So love this so much. I really wish that I was able to get to work on it this month, but it just didn't pan out. I do have a good majority of the stitching done. I'm at, let me see here, 53.53% complete. So I'm just over the halfway mark. That is mostly done. So finishing it this year is not out of the realm of possibility. This will still come up for non-full coverage WIP Go, where I hope to give it some good love and try to get to the finish this year. That sounds like a good goal for this one. So that is Move Forward in Love. Okay. Couple more for 2022. Up next is a focus piece for this year. This is one of my small monthly goals again, and that lives in this project bag. So we've seen this one a lot this year, so you can imagine what this is. This is Ragnarok by Long Dog Samplers. Because it is June Dog, which is a stitch along wherein which you focus on your Long Dog samplers. The stitch along is hosted, run, promoted by Andy of Crow Stitcher. And so I had to be sure to work on this, of course, because my monthly goal. But also, I needed to work on the first of Odin's Ravens. So, fabric is oh my gosh, that's showing up so accurately. Commit this to memory, y'all, because it never shows up correctly on Instagram. That's great. I can't ever take a picture of it where it looks this true to life. So the fabric is 40 count Newcastle linen in Sweeney Red by Dames of the Needle. I'm stitching this using Anchor Black. And like I said, I had to stitch the first of Odin's Ravens right here. Because it's June Dog, my monthly goal on this is 500 stitches each month. And I got there real easily stitching that raven. But because it's June Dog and because I'm obsessed with this project, I stitched quite a bit more beyond that and finished up this oak leaf, got started on this one that is in page 2 but dips into page 3. Acorns got back stitched. This leaf got finished up. Have a couple more squirrels. So good. This is so much fun. I really thought about sticking with this long enough to get page 2 finished, but that's another like 700 or 800 stitches. So I just decided I'll just let the page finish happen in July. I'll overstitch like I do every month on this project. And I'll get the page finished in July, and that's not a problem. The thing about this is that because it's over 2, or it's one strand over 2 on 40 count, I use a little over a 2-foot length, and with one color and a lot of bulk stitching, that one strand goes for easily 90 to 100 stitches. And it goes quick. So like I get really good progress in not a lot of time on this one. Oh, I love it. I want to go put it back on the frame right now. So anyway, so that is Ragnarok. And this might continue to be my small monthly goal for next year. I might switch it up. We'll kind of have to wait and see on that. Okay, after Ragnarok, next is another vintage Owl Lady bag. And this one is holding my Celebrate Halloween by Madame Chantilly. And Sammy J and I started this together. Yeah. In October of 22. And so here's what this will look like finished. Super cute. I'm stitching mine on 40 count Newcastle linen in, to be honest, I don't remember. Let me see if I have the tag. I should. Spectre. I should have remembered that. I should have remembered that. So, Spectre. And I am, for the most part, using the called for DMC. I'm making some changes. Black is Anchor Black. These flowers, I added a purple. One of the pumpkins here I'm going to do as a teal pumpkin. This one here I'll do as a teal pumpkin. Some other things are going to be purple. Just to add some purple to a Halloween piece that feels important. And then I'm also going to skip the title down here. I think that's just unnecessary. I think it's a little bit of overkill. So just stick to the tiered tray. These are so cute and so much fun to do, and I want to stitch them all. I want to stitch them all. So that is Celebrate Halloween. All right. Oh, here's another favorite that I hope to be able to finish this year. This is a project bag by Stitch and Button. And in here lives My Day Complete. My Day Complete is by Kathy Barrick. I did get this from her Etsy, and it's Pattern Keeper compatible, which is fantastic. So here is what it will look like finished. And I am doing the DMCs. There are initials kind of scattered all over this, and I'm not sure what I'm going to do for those. I may just leave these ones and this one off and just put my initials in there. We shall see. So I started this for Colette, the Highway Stitcher, and Krista. They share a birthday, and they have a birthday sale every year where they work on a project and try to have it finished by their birthday the next year. So I jumped in on this one because I love this piece, and obviously I didn't keep up because I'm hoping to have it done by the 2-year birthday, but we'll see. So anyway, so I have the bird all finished up, and I've brought some of the tree down. I still have quite a bit of work left to do here. I am at 58.72% on this one, so I'm not quite there yet, but yeah, I think I could finish this by the end of the year. I could, if I can spend some time on it, and that remains to be seen. As I've mentioned, I'm way far behind on WIP Go, so extraneous things are extraneous. So that is My Day Complete. Love this one. Super, super pretty. Curious to see what they pick for this year, and see if I try to tag along. After My Day Complete, I started a project that lives in this project bag using Teresa Kogut fabric by Stitch and Button bag. And in here lives my Gaia. Oh, love this. So here is Gaia by Bella Filipina. As an earth sign, I am immediately attracted to all of the Earth Goddess designs. Immediately. And so here is my starting point, or not my starting point. Here's where I'm up to on Gaia. I am stitching this on 32 count Belfast linen in the Dirt by Fortnite Fabrics, which apparently you cannot get at all anymore, which is very sad for all of us. So I've done some really interesting things here. I started working on her wings, very stick-like wings. And then when I worked on this last year, I could have continued on with that, but I really just kind of wanted to get into something more, more substantial than just all of these sticks. So I moved over here and I stitched her face. And I still see Gaga. I still see Lady Gaga in her face, which I'm not mad at. And of course I stitched the skin over one, and I really, really love this. I am stitching this using all of the called for DMC, the called for silks, the metallics. I can't remember if they call for Krynic or Petite Treasure Braid, but I went with Petite Treasure Braid. And my beads will be Delicas because that's also what I do. So yeah, so that is Gaia. Love her. I want to stitch all the Bellas. All the Bellas. Okay, my last new start for 2022 lives in this project bag. This is by Painted Leaf Company. Also Teresa Kogut fabric used in this one. And I thought that was really pretty. This houses my year at Hawk Run Hollow. Oh, forgive the glare. There we go. And I started this for New Year's Eve 12 by 12, but because my husband was sick, I wasn't able to do what I thought I was going to do. I thought I was going to stitch the boxes for all of these. In each hour, I was going to work on the boxes. Maybe not stitch the whole thing, but work around the boxes. But that just did not come to pass, which is all right. And then I worked on this again early last year and got a good chunk of the February block worked on. This is on 40 count Newcastle in Vintage Country Mocha. And so yeah, so there's the February block, and I have changed the colors of the skaters to maroon and orange for my husband and I, because we are both Virginia Tech alum. And you can see where I've gotten to with the boxes. Every single one of the boxes has at least one stitch in it. Although I think this one is just a half a stitch, but nonetheless, each of the boxes is started. Yeah, this I find these hawk runs to be just super relaxing stitching. They're a lot of stitching. It's a lot of stitching crammed into those boxes, but it's nonetheless, it's really, really just fun. Just fun. So that is where I am with a year at Hawk Run Hollow. Hey everybody. So it's the next day. I thought it was only going to be a couple of minutes as I did my reset. But then we had a big old storm roll through, so I had to take a break. And then by the time I was able to come back, the front of my house is west facing, and so the sun was like right there. It made some seriously shocking bright spots. So I was taking the hint, and I paused for the day, and we are back here on day 2, to finish this thing up. I have one section of WIPs left to cover. These are the projects that I've started in 2023 and 2024 here. So let's get into it. Let's finish this thing up, and then I can get to editing for the next forever. All right. So my first new start from 2023 that I still have remaining as a WIP is Coffee Break. That lives in this coffee bag. And Coffee Break is by Soda Stitch. So let me show you what that's going to look like finished. Here it is. Oh, I love it. It's super, super adorable. Not a very big thing. So I started this for Stitch Asia. This was one of my starts for Stitch Asia. And I am stitching this on a piece of Stitchy Kindness fabric. This was a gift from Mandy Parker. This is 40 count Newcastle linen in driftwood by Color and Cotton. And it's perfect for this. I'd like for this to end up at my coffee bar. In my kitchen. And so yeah, so this is where I got to after all of my progress last year. So on the cover here, it shows like labels and things, and I'm going to skip those there. To be determined if I leave the caramel latte, cappuccino, espresso, and cafe mocha labels. We'll kind of wait and see about that. There's also move my snarky needle minder out of the way. There's this label. I will leave that one. Just coffee. But to be determined if I leave those. But I am definitely removing the espresso pot and the coffee grinder labels. Don't need those. So that's where I got to on this one last year. Love this one. Here in the 2023-2024 projects, these are the ones that I really, really, really want to get back to because, you know, they're the most recent. They're the most, I mean, I have loved all of my projects at one point or another, but these are the most recent starts, so they're the ones that I love most recently, if that makes any sense. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Okay, up next. This is another start from March 2023, living in this Momily bag. This was a deviation from Stitch Asia because Cross Stitch Kate and I decided to start this sweet little sampler from Little Robin Designs. This is Charlotte Griffiths, aged 8. My daughter is 3.5, and I cannot fathom in 4.5 years her being able to do something like this. But, you know, different times. Anyway, so yeah, super cute, sweet little sampler. This is on my non-full coverage WIP Go board. I'm not likely to get this finished this year, but I will get some more decent progress on it. After last year, I didn't really do as much as I would have liked, so some more progress will be great. This is on 40 count Newcastle in Garden Path by Color and Cotton. And I am using all of the called for threads, which is mostly Weeks Dye Works, and then a few gas and a Classic Color Works. So yeah, so this is super sweet, super, like, not super intense. The border is little and adorable. Yep, I love it. So that is as far as I've gotten so far on Charlotte Griffiths. And this will, like I said, come out for non-full coverage WIP Go at some point this year. All right, back to Stitch Asia. Up next, we have Project Living in this bag. This is another stitch and button bag, as you might imagine. And in here lives my Mellow Yellow. Mellow is by Marumi Designs. It is from Miriam's mythical creature inspired collection series, what have you. And Mellow is a screaming phoenix, which is fantastic. I am stitching this using DMC. The border is DMC 606, and then Mellow himself is in a Color Variations in 106. So you see that there. And the fabric I'm using is a 32 count Belfast linen in chalkboard from X2 Designs. So he's pretty cool. And this stitches up really quickly. It is not super mentally labor intensive. You gotta pay attention, of course, and I get a little bit neurotic about color variations and making sure that the flow of colors not only makes sense, but just works. So, but anyway, love this design. Super fun. Yeah, that's a good one. I would really like to get back to that. That may be shortlisted to get some quality effort next year. There are so many. I really want to stitch, I mean, everything that Miriam designs, especially though this creatures one. The most recent one of the mythological tree. That's really cool. Okay, up next, living in this project bag. This is a bag by Jordy's Handmade on Etsy, and I like this bag. It's pretty. It's stiff. It's not like super heavily quilted. There's not. I don't know. It stands up. I like it. In here lives a big old sampler. And one of my favorite things to come out of market last year, this is Remember Me by Teresa Kogut. I just love these colors, and I love the big obnoxious flowers in the border. And an interesting take on a kind of a brick house. Kind of. Yeah, this is good. So I am stitching this using the called for threads. It's mostly DMC, but there's a couple of Weeks Dye Works called for, again with the Weeks, which is surprising for me. This is 40 count Parthenon Newcastle linen from Color and Cotton. I'm in a Fabric of the Month club, and so that's why I have all of that Color and Cotton. So here's where I got to. My goal for last year was 1,300 stitches on all of my projects. especially the new starts, and so that's why I didn't get any further than this. But I would really like to get back to this. This is one that's going to need lots of work because it's not a tiny sampler. Not by any stretch. Pretty though. Just really pretty. Yeah, I like this one a lot. I like it a lot. I know I'm supposed to be folding these in like a different direction than what I pulled them out. That's what they say you're supposed to do, but got no time for paying attention to that. Okay, up next we're getting to like arguably one of my favorite projects, and I haven't worked on it this year and I don't know that I'm going to, but it lives in this project bag, which is Vintage Owl Lady, and all these animal beekeepers, cats and rabbits and hedgehogs, super cute. And in here lives my Quaker Easter eggs. Quaker Easter eggs is by the Vivsters, Vivian Powers. She has both a website and also an Etsy shop. And yeah, I love this project. I really love the fabric. It is 40 count Newcastle linen in I love the fabric, but I can't remember what it's called. Sand, maybe? Sandy bottom, maybe? It's a Fortnite Fabrics, so it is not, it's not obtainable anymore. I will pull the information for the official color name and put it there. So maybe now you understand why it was in that beekeeper bag, because the color palette is awful similar. Not a whole lot of colors. This one definitely got more than its 1,300 stitches last year. I could not stop with this one. And seeing it now, who made these plans for me? Who made these plans and decided not to include this one? Oh, I love this one. I know that when I get to the finish line of this, I'm going to be sad. This one is really, it's going to have a bittersweet finish line. Not every project is like that for me, but this one, I'm going to be sad when it's done. This is the midway point, about halfway through this yellow egg getting started there. I'll bring it in a little closer so you can see that pale blue egg. I really, really like how lacy that looks. It's certainly more visible in person than it is on camera. It's a deeper blue than you're seeing, but it's nonetheless, I love this. I love this. I would really like her to do something like this for all of the holidays, like hearts for Valentine's Day and Christmas trees for Christmas and something like that. I would happily stitch like obscure holidays in this style. I really, really enjoy this. So yeah, that's definitely one of my favorite projects. Definitely a favorite. Okay, up next. Oh, this is a fun one. Living in this super appropriate project bag. Wait till you see the project, you'll understand why. This is a stitch and button bag, and in here lives Lady Halloween. Pretty perfect, if I do say so myself. Lady Halloween is by Jardin Privé. I started this last year for Jessica of Stitches and Sass, her birthday. And so I have cat needle minders. My chart is showing here, so I won't show you the needle minders. But this I am stitching on a 32 count Fortnite Fabrics in Fog, I think. Fog something. Again, I'll put the colorway name on the screen. So this chart comes with, it's charted in technically black and 2 shades of gray. Jardin Privé provides notes for if you want to make it monochrome. I am doing the black and 2 shades, but maroon and orange because of course. because why wouldn't I? So yeah, so this is where I am too. I'm stitching this one very similarly, snake style, completing blocks, letting the thread go where it can, and loving it. I mean, just loving it. This is fun. It's just really a lot of fun to stitch. Quick progress too. And 32 count when I'm stitching on a lot of 40 count these days. 32 count covers so much ground so much faster. So that is where I am with Lady Halloween. That one I need to get back to like yesterday. She says about everything, you know, can't help it. April last year was my month of new starts because this is my 4th new start here, living in this project bag, again by Fab Shabby Rose. Super pretty. And in here lives my La Douceur du Jardin. A lot of French things also in April last year. And this is Madame Lafille Garden Sweetness. I love this one. So, so pretty. And I am stitching this on, I'm fairly certain, do I have the tag? This is a Picture This Plus. I can't remember the names. Isn't that funny? I used to be so good at that, but since I haven't done a WIP parade for these pieces yet, and I haven't worked on them since last year, it's not coming to me. Nope, I need project cards to help me out with these. So again, colorway name on the screen there for you. Again, I'm stitching this a little bit snake style. So I have the full width. It is a 40 count Newcastle linen, I know that. And I had previously started Martha Agnes from Stacy Nash on this fabric, but decided I didn't like my color conversion, so I UFO'd it and I'm repurposing the fabric. So I have made it across the full width, and I've stitched that one little fly there. Adorable. I don't feel the same way about flies in the actual summer season, but anyway. And I got into the rose a little bit, which is just stunning. The amount of detail that gets crammed into this is astounding. And these are fun. Believe it or not, given all the detail, this is a lot of fun to stitch. This is another one I would happily get back to for a good long rotation. So that is La Douceur du Jardin. Forgive me for my mispronunciations, undoubtedly. Okay, up next is a piece that I really wanted to get to earlier this month, and I just didn't have the chance. Living in this stunning project bag. The outline there is metallic and a little bit shiny. This is a bag by Black Cat X Stitchery. And this is by Shaded Stitchery. And I love this project. Everything that Nore comes out with, I want to stitch. And so here's where I am with this Juneteenth day. That's right, this Juneteenth day. And yeah, this is beautiful. This is really, really beautiful. And the fabric is, I have the tag for this one, Tumbleweed by Coloring Cotton 40 Count Newcastle. Called for DMCs on this one so far. Beautiful. Ugh. Really disappointed I wasn't able to get to that this month. But perhaps at some point this year. Okay, I should be looking at my notes for the titles. My notes, of course, do not have the fabric information, because why? Up next is a project that I should have stitched start to finish, but I got frustrated. This is the 2023 Collector's Heart by Heart and Hand. She does one of these every year, and this was last year's. And it came as a full kit. So chart, obviously, there is a button, a hand-painted button. It came with the fabric, which is a 32 count Belfast linen in Heartland from Picture This Plus. And it came with the threads, which is Cottage Garden threads. Not to be confused with Cottage Garden samplings. They are not one and the same. Leather bound is the colorway. And I got frustrated because this linen is burlappy. That's the best way I can describe it. And I'm so used to getting like nearly 100 stitches with a length of floss on my 40 count projects. And with this one, it was pre-cut. The lengths are crazy short and I get 25 to 30 stitches and I got annoyed. I got annoyed. So I would say maybe a third of the way through this, maybe a little more than. And this is on my non-full coverage WIP go board to come out this year for the finish. I'm gonna work my way through it and get it finished. I do think the thread is gorgeous. I think it's gorgeous to work with. It doesn't shred like some other threads. The colorway is soft and pretty, like I like. It's just the lengths are too short. So that is the 2023 Collector's Heart. Up next, living in this bag. This is also by Penny and Tunny. Pretty cool. And in here lives my 6 pages from 1603 by Works by ABC. This is my commemoration to Stitch New Jersey last year, if you will. Last year, all of our tables were numbered with DMC numbers, the most popular DMC numbers, and we were at table 3809, I think. Let me see. Yeah, we were at table 3809. And so this calls for 3 colors, and so I pulled those 3 colors, and okay, I guess I don't have my 3808 yet, which is funny. So 3809, 3810, and this is 46 count linen in Molly by Grace Notes, which I also got at Stitch New Jersey. So the bag, the fabric, the inspiration for the threads, and the designer, all Stitch New Jersey. And here is where I got to. So I'm doing the border in the 3809. So the 3809 is the running theme throughout the whole thing. And then the panels alternate in shades. So I'm doing 1st, 3rd, and 5th in 3810, and then 2nd, 4th, and 6th in 3808. So this is where I got to. I found this to be an absolute joy to stitch on. The 46 count is not super taxing. It's not a huge jump from 40 count. This is a very light linen. It's barely dyed, and it's a light color to begin with. So that certainly helps, but it's not a huge jump between 40 and 46. I have used magnification to stitch on this one. I've had low light issues, but I don't need it because my vision correction is strong enough. So yeah, that's pretty. That's really, really pretty. This is something that's going to go with me to Stitch New Jersey this year, so that I can stitch on it there. Very exciting. Okay, now we're going to get into perhaps the unexpected theme of the year 2023, and that is samplers. I started four reproduction samplers in 2023, and 2 of those are gigantic. Case in point. This was started for Lauren, the New Hampshire Stitchers, BAP to school, BAP as in big, awesome project, which was to start something big, something that qualifies as a BAP. And this one certainly does. This is another Mamalee bag. And this, I love this. This is Ernestine Briere 1909 by Reflet de Soie. And I am stitching this with DMC. It calls for soie d'Alger, but it's a lot. It's a lot. So yeah, I went with the DMC. This pattern is just so ginormous. The fabric I'm using is 40 count Newcastle linen in Dusky Twilight by Dixie Sampler. Like I said, using the DMCs. And this is beautiful. Why on earth did I ever put this down? Wow, I've got a huge top margin here. Is that right? Huge top margin. This is so stunning. Oh my gosh, I need to work on this again. Yeah, I need to work on this again. This is a design that I was able to purchase a PDF directly from Reflet de Soie that, for the most part, went into Pattern Keeper. It was PK friendly. Another one of those. Oh, I love this a lot. Yep, that is happy. And I'm not even hardly into this yet. I mean, I've got these two little flower buds and the majority of this flower here. I've got some green stuff happening, but I'm like nowhere yet. I cannot wait to stitch this flower. OMG. Yeah, that's good. This is gonna be a legacy project. But it's a beautiful one. Oh dear, these WIP parades are so dangerous. They are so dangerous. Although they are good for if you are feeling the new starts, at least for me. It's kind of helping quell the new starts filming this, because I'm so excited about all of these. I'm so excited about so many of them. Watching everybody else's WIP parades, on the other hand, that is the dangerous part. Just say. Okay, so 10 days later, I started another reproduction sampler. That lives in this project bag that I got from Nicole's Needlework a couple of years ago. Maybe a year and a half ago. Super pretty with the Lori Holt fabrics. This is a pseudo-consistent project on my channel this year. I have had a bucket list to stitch an illuminated letter reproduction sampler, and specifically a Scottish sampler. And this is quintessentially that. This is Jane Walker circa 1800. And look at those illuminated letters. So cool. This design is really fun. And not super big. This is not a crazy big sampler. It's meant to be stitched on 30 count. Mine is on 40 count, so that certainly helps it shrink down too. I'm stitching this on 40 count Newcastle linen in Travertine by Color and Cotton. This one I have said this year, and I don't know why I'm not remembering it. So this was on my non-full coverage WIP Go board. It has already come up for me. And when I worked on it, I kind of made the decision to try to finish this during Sampler September this year. I don't think it's going to happen because I haven't worked on it in months, and I am nowhere near as far as I need to be at this point. I was needing to average a page a month, and yeah, I'm 3 months behind and no opportunity to work on it in sight. I don't know that I'm going to be able to work on this in July. So that's all right. It's okay if it doesn't get finished in Sampler September. Maybe I will finish it this year. Maybe it will be in early next year. Who knows? This is not, like I said, it's not a terribly big sampler. So I'm done the first line of the big alphabet. So yeah, I mean, it's not huge. It's not out of the realm of possibility to finish this year, but it is highly unlikely that it will be done in September, and that's okay. I will try to prioritize it at least a little bit extra in September. And that one is just a handful of DMCs. I think like 10 colors tops. So much fun. Yeah, I like this one a lot. And I am becoming a big fan of these bags oriented this way. I only have this one so far. Stay tuned. But yeah, I like that a lot. I like all the project bags, obviously. Okay, so that was September 12th. And then a week later, I started another reproduction sampler in this project bag. This was made by Crafty Kim. Super, super cool. And this is a daring one for me because I made a big change up. So this is Anne Woodall 1847 by Smoky Mountain Stitches. And I got this while at Needleworkers. Oh, losing my bag. There we go. I got this while at Needleworkers Delight a few years ago because they had the model hanging on the wall, and it stopped me. These flowers and that white deer, they glow on this plain neutral, and I thought, how can I make them glow even more? What if I throw it on a dark fabric? So that's what I'm doing. I am stitching this on 40 count Newcastle linen in Seaweed by Fox and Rabbit, and it's dark. This is like a swampier version of Murky. And it's using DMC. Again, it's a situation of I found a PDF on the Smoky Mountain Etsy, and it went into Pattern Keeper. And oh, yeah. I think the effect is working. I think it's glowing like I thought it would. I'm a big fan of this. I have had some issues with this. Some stitches that weren't charted, and so I'm having to kind of make them up as I go. It is charted for this leaf to end like this. And when you look at the cover, it's obviously a fully filled out leaf. So there's some things, but it's not unmanageable. Not unmanageable at all. So yeah, stunning. I'm geeked about this one. Nervous. I'm still nervous about it. It is a choice to make a bold color swap. It's not something that comes naturally to me. I don't know about y'all, but I have people in my life who say, oh my gosh, Jess, the stitching you do, you're so creative. And these are not stitching people. And I say, I'm just really good at copying what somebody else has done. Oftentimes what somebody did 200 years ago. I'm not super creative. The creative side of it stresses me out a little bit. I'm just good at tracing and coloring. Yeah. And I don't mean to minimize our craft in any way whatsoever. I find comments about me being a creative person not necessarily laughable, but nearly. Okay. Up next is another favorite. This is a sampler, but not a not a reproduction, or sampler-esque. Anyway, this is a Mama Lee bag. And this is the same line as the top of my haunted house bag from hours ago. And it looks Ghastly's, so maybe this is a Ghastly's print. Maybe. Anyway, in here lives my Autumn Cloche. Autumn Cloche is by Hello from Liz Matthews. Perfection. This design is just perfection. And I am nowhere near, like, I'm not even into the heart of this yet, but it is stunning. I am stitching this on 40 count Newcastle linen in rain washed by Color and Cotton using the called for DMCs. And I've stitched 5 beautiful little gray butterflies. Each one of them is unique. Each one of them was so much fun to stitch. I need this project back on the frame. I really, really do. I love the slate green tone to the fabric. I really need to get back to this one. I am looking forward to when I have the time to do so. Yeah, that is good. That is a really just Liz, you are a genius. I mean, just a genius. Yeah, okay. Okay. After Autumn Cloche, I didn't start anything until December. That's wild. This is kind of a sad thing. That lives in this adorable project bag. This is by Black Cat Xstitchery. And this is Fall Owl 5. And I got this from an Etsy shop. For which I do not remember, so I will put it in on the screen for you. I started this the day that my Aunt Colleen passed away, and on Christmas Day. This is a 32 count Belfast linen in cottage cream. It's vintage cottage cream, I think is what it would be called, because it's one of the printed fabrics from Zweigart. It's somewhat mottled on the front, which perhaps you're not seeing too well on camera, but there is some slight variation there. And then it's plain on the back. So anyway, so this is where I got to. I got one of the owl's eyes started. This is a Russian, Ukrainian, Eastern European style aesthetic design. Lots of blends, lots of color changes, lots of backstitch. But this is gonna be a fun stitch. It already has been. I put a lot more into it than I expected I would. It was good. It was good therapy and sort of mentally taxing enough to keep my mind off the sad as best I could. So that is where I'm up to with Fall Owl 5. I love this one. Stitching as therapy, that's really a thing. It really, really is. Okay. My last new start from 2023 happened on New Year's Eve because it was 12/31/23, written American month, day, year, year shorthand, which is 123/123. And so we had a stitch along, and so living in this project bag, this is by Ragtag Quilt Art, and in here lives my January quilt by Paula Vaughn. A couple years ago, I finished August quilt and November quilt, and I had yet to get started on the next one, and so it was time. I have chopped up my book because these charts are not easy. These are not easy. So this is what the cover of the book looks like. It is out of print. You can find it on the secondhand market. I regularly hear from people about finding it for absurd prices and then finding it for 20 bucks. There are 12 full-size, fully detailed Paula Vaughn quilts in this book, so worth it. Whatever you deem not too much. You know, we oftentimes pay 20, 30 bucks for detailed designs that are modern. So anyway, off that, so this is January quilt. I never know why these designs appeal to me so much, but they do. This is like, I cannot explain what it is, but this is January, and it is so pretty. This is on 32 count Belfast linen in cream from Zweigart, and I worked on it for just the one day, and got started on the curtain and the half stitch background. These designs are detailed. The charts are in color, but they are like late 80s, early 90s charting in that they use the same symbol but in different colors. So making a black and white copy to try to highlight over is kind of perilous, to say the least. There's a ton of quarter stitches and half stitches and back stitch galore, and they are so much fun. I have so much fun stitching these, and I cannot wait to get back to this. I never know why these are so appealing, but they just are. I guess it's really just that simple. They just are. We are to the 2024 new starts, and so we are really in the home stretch. Just 8 projects left to show you here, and then we can be done. All right, so living in this project bag. This is by Stitch and Button. Yep, love this one. And in here lives Grief Knows No Bounds. Grief Knows No Bounds is a collaborative design by the Stitchers for Peace initiative. And the collaboration is Miriam of Marumi Designs, Michelle of Bendy Stitchy Designs, Yasmin of Yasmin's Made with Love, Aya Rosen, and Miriam Crafty M's on Instagram. So they collaborated together to create this design. You can still purchase this design by making a donation to an organization. They have several listed. I know one of them is Doctors Without Borders. And then there's also the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. And I think 1 or 2 more. Head over to their Instagram pages to find out more on how to get this chart, because it's beautiful and therapeutic and yeah, lovely. So I started this. This was my first new start of the year. My fabric is 40 count Newcastle linen in Haystack by Color and Cotton using the called for DMC. It features a poem written in several different languages. We have Farsi, and then it goes, I know there's Arabic, Hebrew, and English is the selection of the poem that they used. is written on this. This is a beautiful design and I love it. I have started on the Palestinian sunbird and the border of the river to the sea. Stunning. This is beautiful. This is one that I also very desperately want to get back to. Yeah, beautiful. Just beautiful. Love that. Okay. Up next is a stitch along piece. So living in this project bag. This is another stitch and button bag. This is a fabric that I found on Spoonflower that I sent to Vic to turn into bags. These are 4 seasons flowers. So flowers to represent the 4 seasons. Imagine that. And I am stitching the January Birth Flower by Luthien Art Shop. So this is a stitch along that was started between Mandy Parker and I believe Fraulenitz jumped along with us, if memory serves, and perhaps another couple of folks. So they have one of these for each of the seasons, featuring the birth flower relevant to each of the months and coordinating colors in a super cool background. And Mandy started July and I started January for my daughter. And I got 1,500 stitches or so in the border. My minimum goal for this one is 1,500 stitches. Do I remember the fabric name? No, I do not. I'm certain it's a color in cotton. Pearwood, perhaps? Pearwood makes sense because it's a little bit pinky. So this comes with like the title of the month and then some words to describe January, people born in January. And I'm fairly certain I'm going to skip that. I am for certain going to skip the words associated. I've yet to decide if I'm going to skip the month. But all I'm going to do is just remove enough repeats of this border. Super easy to do to bring everything up. No problem. Whatever I decide to do as far as how much I want to take out. So, yeah, that's pretty. Really, really pretty. I obviously haven't worked on that since... Well, maybe not obviously, but I haven't worked on that since reaching that 1,500 stitches goal. I don't know that I will get to come back to it, but perhaps. Now that I say that out loud, you know, I tend to like to work on things. Arbitrary August is a good place where I could potentially work on some of these favorites. So we'll see. We'll have to wait and see. Okay. So I started January Birth Flower on January 27th and then didn't have another remaining WIP new start until April 20th. And that is Symphony of Friendship by Cottage Garden Samplings. Another stitch along with a friend. Start along with a friend. This one is definitely a no deadline because it's ginormous. And I started this one with Beth Ann. I loved this design from the moment Vinny teased it, and then the full reveal I was already all in. I have some designers that I could stitch everything in their catalog, and Vinny is definitely one of them. So I started this when my Lowry broke, which was disappointing. And then I have since gotten a replacement. And then I was having fabric woes, and then I found this in my stash. I believe this, I know it's Extra Designs because it smells spectacular. I'm fairly certain this is Baby Sheep by Extra, just given the gargantuan size of the piece. So I'm pretty sure it's Baby Sheep. It is a lovely, lovely warm neutral. I have a little start. I mean, it's not nothing, but it's a tiny start by comparison to this thing. Yeah. Yeah. Long way to go on this one yet. It's beautiful. It's going to be so much fun to stitch for a very long time. I cannot wait to get to the birds and that tree. Beautiful. I love this one a lot. Up next is a recent start and a project that I've shown recently. So this is the companion line to the suggestive veggies. These are cactuses and cacti. And in here lives Secret Garden by Hello from Liz Matthews. This was a Patreon design. It is no longer available through her Patreon. So you will have to wait until she releases this either next year. I think is what she mentions, that it will be a next year kind of thing. At any rate, so this comes with two versions, as you see here, a vibrant and a muted one. And I am merging the two. So I'm stitching the bird in vibrant and the background in muted. Pretty sure. I'm starting with the background, and so if I get to the bird and I think, I don't know that I love that, then I will just stitch the bird in muted as well. My fabric is 40 Count Newcastle in Pewter by Color and Cotton. And I got a little start on this, and then I worked on this a little bit at StitchCon, and there we have it. So that's where I'm up to with Secret Garden. Just a few leaves. No, nothing to write home about. Just a couple of leaves. Super pretty though. Those are some pretty leaves. Yep, like that one. That one's pretty fantastic. My WIP count is in serious trouble with Patreon. You'll see another Patreon piece here coming up in a minute. And then the current Patreon piece from Liz is, I want to start that too. Yeah. My WIP count is in trouble. Okay, up next is a piece that's kind of a continuation, living in this Hobbies bag. This is by Black Cat X Stitchery. This is the bag that holds my monthly Quakers. So I am stitching the monthly Quaker series by From the Heart Needle Art by Wendy. And I am currently working on August. This is what August will look like finished. I am stitching these tiny, and so they are charted in Classic Colorworks. Because I'm stitching them tiny, and because I don't have a huge stash of Classic Colorworks, I have subbed for the DMC. And show, by tiny I mean 28 count 1/1. These are adorable little designs. So yeah, that is where I am with August. I am at just over the halfway point, I think. Yeah, this is a lot of fun. These are on my non-full coverage WIP Go board, and August was called for the month of June. I finished this section up while at StitchCon. I thought I might try to finish this whole block, this whole chart, if you will, at StitchCon, but it just never happened. Eventually I had to switch projects. So that is where I'm up to with August. And just a quick blip in case you are new to my channel. These are the other ones that I have completed. Yep, really pretty. 28 count antique white cashel linen from Zweigart. I don't know that I said that. Okay, now we are getting to the projects that I haven't shown on FlossTube yet. So this is fun. I have shown them on Instagram, but nonetheless. Temporarily living in this project bag. I have another project bag on the way for this project. Because even though I'm trying not to buy project bags for specific projects, some things deserve it. So this is Beauty Spot. I started this for Marjorie Maid's Strawberry Moon Sal. Strawberry Moon was the night of June 21st. And I also started it for June Dog, hosted by Andy of Crow Stitcher. And both of them are here on FlossTube. And I would get nowhere near the strawberries unless I carefully counted down or stitched a whole lot more, which I would have done happily, but I also had a bunch of other things I wanted to get to. So I didn't get to the strawberries, but that's okay. I still got a really decent start. My fabric is 40 count Newcastle linen in Little Bunny by Axe Designs. I needed a giant piece of fabric for this giant sampler. This giant long dog, because I absolutely did not need, but I also did need another giant long dog. And I got started in the only motif in this whole sampler where I go, I don't know what that is. I don't know for certain what that is. Jules's charts, Long Dog Sampler's charts, typically explain a lot of things about her designs. And this one was not that case. This one doesn't explain what this is. So I worked in a science lab for a while. I have a bachelor's in biology. Science is kind of my background, and I really enjoyed molecular biology. And molecular biological processes. So I have taken to calling this the star in the background here. It is the enzyme helicase, which is responsible for unwinding DNA before it's replicated or repaired or what have you. Originally, I thought it was the enzyme that actually does the replicating, but there's no pairing happening. It's just split. Anyway, no clue if that's what this is actually supposed to be. The thing about this design is that it has a companion piece, and the name escapes me, but this one is more inspired by the natural world. So this being a piece of the replication process and a very rudimentary sort of representation of that, not out of the realm of possibility. And conveniently enough, each of these are there's 4 colors, and there are 4 nucleotides in DNA. So maybe, maybe this is helicase, helping unzip the DNA for replication. So I have an absolute long way to go. This is not quite as big as Pointed Fifth, but it's like 300 and something by 300 and something. It's still ginormous. Whenever I work on this, I have decided that I'm going to try to do a motif every time I work on it, because it's just so much fun. This is fun, and I'm going to need more. The strawberry plant, just a little portion of this giant design is like all the way down here. So anyway. So that is Beauty Spot. Oh, so cool. Beauty Spot was a new start while at StitchCon, and then worked on again here at home. Another project that I started at StitchCon is currently living in this bag. I bought this bag for it, but it's a ginormous bag for a very small piece, for a very small project. This project bag is by Lynn X Stitch Creates. Lynn is here on YouTube, and her bags were for sale at the Keepsakes Annex. And I think that this is fantastic for what it's holding. This is Beach Rat by the Artsy Housewife. And if you watched my StitchCon video, then I haven't stitched any more on this one. I haven't gotten any further with it, but if you didn't watch that, here is where I am with Beach Rat. We started this as a stitch along between a bunch of folks, and it features a seagull, a beach rat. So this is charted in a mix of DMC, Classic Colorworks, and Gentle Arts. I'm making some substitutions. The words are supposed to be in Classic Colorworks Blackbird, I think. And then I was going to do the DMC 3371, and then I decided to go to the Annex and pick an over dye that they had. They had some Forbidden Fiber and they had some Almond M&M's threads, so that you could peruse. And so I settled on this color from Forbidden Fiber, which is called Salem. And it's just very barely purple and dark gray. My fabric is 40 count Newcastle linen in Balmoral by Color and Cotton. And it's got that kind of undertone of green to it, which I like. And yeah, I am looking forward. This is going to be a fast stitch. We did not start a huge design, which I am grateful for. Sign me up for the stitch alongs that are not ginormous. And please don't leave me to my own devices, because I will inevitably choose a giant design. Not that I'm actually mad about it. Anyway, so yeah, this is going to be a fast stitch once I can get into it. We saw the Artsy Housewife models on display at the Annex, and we all felt very strongly about starting an Artsy Housewife chart ASAP. So that happened. But like, really, this is entirely too much of a bag for this. This is a bag better suited for things like Beauty Spot and other ginormous pieces. Guess what, y'all? We have made it to the last one. It's like sitting at graduation and you finally get to the Z's. This is so exciting. So this is my most recent start, and based on the sheer number of projects that I have going, this is likely to be my most recent start for a little while. I mean, I'm easily influenced, but for now, this has got to be my most recent start for a little while. Another Patreon design, and this time from Gigi at the Artsy Housewife. So if you are watching this before mid-July 2024, then this is still a Patreon piece. A stitch along is starting on July 1st. Roxy Floss Co. has a conversion available. So I just need to say all of those things before I show this, because I am obsessed with this, and based on the response that I saw on Instagram after I posted my start, I know a bunch of y'all feel the same. This design is stunning. I am not doing the Roxy Floss Co. conversion. As much as I would love to stitch with those threads, I could not wait. There was no way I was going to be able to wait. So for the most part, I am stitching using the called for threads. I have made a couple of changes, substitutions. It called for a couple of weeks dye works that I did not have, and so I'm doing the DMCs for those. It calls for a Blackbird, I think, again, and I went with Anchor Black. It calls for a green that is very brown. It's a very brown green, and I have subbed for a color in cotton. I went upstairs to my color and cotton stash to pull something. So I'm shifting the colors a little bit. There's also a dark gray that I didn't have the specific cast, so I swapped that. Anyway, 40 count Newcastle linen in Margarita by Color and Cotton. And you are kind of seeing the green, so that's cool. The green undertone in the fabric. It's a lime margarita. Go figure. This is the entire width of the design. She is narrow, but she's tall. It's like 103 by 273 or something like that. This is called Within a Dream, by the way. I don't know that I said that. This is Within a Dream, and it's beautiful. This is the midway point. Halfway through this leaf is the midway point. And my camera will never focus as much as I would like it to. It's the built-in camera in my computer, so it's not super high level. But I am tickled with this. This is so much fun already. And I had a very difficult time stopping. I had no business making another new start in June here, and I just couldn't help it. I mean, I just couldn't help myself. So I've started it, and I will try to work on this on a monthly basis if I can squeeze it in somehow. Yeah, this is gorgeous and just fun. Automatically, it's fun. And I am quickly becoming an artsy housewife stan. Yeah, another one that I can see myself wanting to stitch everything in her catalog. Just all so cool. We did it. You did it. Congratulations. You made it. If you made it, leave me a bee emoji. I've seen some folks do that. This is insanely long. I know it is because this section alone was over an hour, at least in bare footage. So congrats, pat yourself on the back. Take a picture of your stitching and show me how much you got done in this feature-length film for which James Cameron should be envious. Wow. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for your continued support of me and my channel. I so appreciate you all. I am finishing this on Thursday, June 27th. I would really like to be able to say I will have this up by July 1st. I don't know if that is feasible, but we'll just kind of have to cross that bridge when we get there. That was fun. I'm sure there are other things that I can talk about, but I think I've said enough. I think I've taken up enough of your time. Thanks again. I'm going to head off. Happy stitching, everybody. As always, be kind. See you in the next one, and enjoy WIP Parade season. It's a lot of fun. My next one won't be for a couple of years. So I hope you enjoyed. Let me know what your favorites are. See you next time. Bye, y'all.